Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Richmond County Committee Session Special Call Meeting. Madam Clerk, I'll call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir. I think the General Counsel has a matter he would like to address the commission regarding.
Mr. Mayor, there's an addendum agenda today that if it can be added with unanimous consent, it's regarding some slight edits to the agreement with the Band of Brothers regarding the Juneteenth celebration.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Is there any objection to adding this item as a consent to today's agenda? No objection. Hearing or seeing no objection, Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, I passed out earlier today a redline version as well as a plain copy of this attached to the agenda. But basically what this is an adjustment to clarify some terms. One of the issues was about the ability to a 5-year agreement versus an annual appropriation. And so the parties kind of understood that we had to have funding for this each year, and we negotiated a revision so we would let them know by January 15th. So that's one of the primary issues. The other issue was it was some little ambiguity regarding whether or not the city could host its own Juneteenth experience or support others. And so what we did is we kind of just revised that language to clarify that this would be the official one, but there was nothing problematic with supporting parades or other events or hosting our own. The rest of it is fairly straightforward. It's more of accounting issues. If this is terminated for cause, I mean, not for cause, but for convenience, if they have expended money in advance, I mean, with the monies that we've given them, they don't have to pay that back, but any unspent monies come back to the city. Just basically cleaning up the document so that everybody's on the same page. I've met with them. They had counsel. The council agreed to it. And this was actually spearheaded by Commissioner Johnson. He may have some other things to say about it, but I think it was a needed clarification. I don't think it's really a change in the terms of the agreement.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Alvin Mason.
Oh, I thought it was Commissioner Johnson. Oh, okay. Well, no, the only question I had was in terms of accountability as far as will we receive some sort of report from
they still have the
money
requirement.
and the expended expenditures?
Yes, sir. They still have the obligation to provide receipts. They have the same obligations to provide reporting for the use of the funds.
Okay, thank you.
So we didn't change anything like that.
No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson from the 1st.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Motion made by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Okay, thank you. That motion carries with Mr. Clark and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session or legal session to discuss pending and threatened litigation, personnel matters, and real estate matters.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle. Thank you. That motion carries with Mr. Clark and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We're assembling. We'll be ready to start here in just a minute. Just a minute, as soon as we get a quorum here. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have a quorum now. Madam Clerk, I call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion for the mayor to authorize, to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So move. Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That in case we go long?
Mr. Garrett? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would request a motion to approve the salary for the executive director of the elections department at an amount of $126,200 per year.
There's a motion by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any additional motions?
One additional motion. We would request a motion to approve the refund in the amount of $272,998.56 in property taxes to the United House of Prayer upon the settlement of all pending tax appeals regarding McCulloch townhouses, with the properties being taxable for tax years 2024 and all subsequent years.
So move.
Motion is made by Commissioner Francine Scott, seconded by Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
There are no other motions.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. There are no other motions. This session is hereby turned over to Public Services. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call Public Services to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to consent items, starting from top to bottom. Items number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, and 13. Yes. Do I need to repeat them? Oh, I'll go, Madam Chair, I've got the administrator in the queue.
Madam Chair, can we pull number 12?
Sure. Okay,
Thank you.
that's pulling number 12. Item number 12, okay. All right, do I have a motion? Got a motion, a second?
Ms. Scott and Ms. Slindeck.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with item number 1.
Item number 1, Mr. Joseph Bowen regarding College Football Classic.
Either or. Good afternoon. Would you state your name and address for us all?
Yes, my name is Joseph Bowens, the president of Heritage Football Classic Network. Okay,
Nice to have you here today.
thank you again. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joseph Bowens, president of the Heritage Football Classic Network. I applied for a business license to host a college football game here in Augusta, Fort Valley State and Savannah State over at Laney Stadium, October 18th. And I've been having a couple of meetings with different alumni chapters and groups concerning the game. And I thought it would be right to come before the committee, the mayor, to let them know exactly what I was doing instead of coming into somebody's backyard, having something, and, you know, they're unaware of it. For the last 5 years, I've been shadowing ESPN. We do the Red Tail Classic, the Montgomery Kickoff Classic, and also the Camellia Bowl. So I thought Augusta would be a nice place to host a classic since it's the second and third somewhere in the largest city in Georgia, and that it would be something for the whole city to enjoy, something that's family-friendly, grandparents, alumni, students, that everyone could get into. So I picked Augusta to have this game.
Thank you so much. Do I have anybody that would like to respond? Commissioner Scott's in the queue.
Madam Chairman, I'll wait for legal. I believe he's in the
Okay.
queue.
Ms. Wright, if the speaker would give his address, just for the record, please.
Okay, he did, but do you mind repeating it again,
Okay, my
please?
address, yes, 3104 that's my old address, 3104 Chaparral Road, Stonecrest, Georgia.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Bowen, are you doing these football classic in any other city in
Well,
Georgia?
I've had classics in the past. I've also had one here in Augusta in the past. I had Savannah State and Concordia. I've had one in Dothan, Alabama. I had one in Macon, Georgia, Valdosta State, Fort Valley State. So it's several games I've had in the past, but this is my first time securing a long-term contract. So year after year, I'm looking at having the game here in Augusta.
Madam Chairman, may I ask the administrator, the attorney, a question?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of Mr. Bowen wanting to have multiple years contract or whatever, have he been in contact with you or anyone from your staff about what he wants to do? And I think this is similar to the classic, the CSRA Classic, I think, for many years. I'm just trying to figure out where we are, and I just heard him say maybe multiple years of being in Augusta at the Lucy Lane Stadium.
Commissioner Scott, as it relates to administration, we have not been notified.
Neither is legal.
So can we give Mr. I'm sorry, Madam
Go ahead.
Chairman, can we give Mr. Bowen some guidance of what he needs to do and how he needs to do it? Because he's coming today, and I don't see any documentation, not saying that we won't do it. We would like to probably do it, but we need additional information.
We'll task.
Yes, sir, we can give him our card so we can have some discussion. I'm not sure if Mr. Bowen is coming to request anything from the governing body. I think he's just, because his agreement is actually with those two institutions and Laney. Am I correct,
Yes,
Mr. Bowen?
yes.
So he's not, I think he's just making, it's mainly just awareness, because he didn't want to come to our area and not make this governing body aware of what he's promoting, if I'm correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, we thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bowens, when you do get this up and running, when you start having your classic college football at the Josie, would you be kind enough to let the administration, Laney, administration know so we could put it out on our media?
Yes, see, that's who I've been dealing with, Mr. McClintock, over at the stadium. So myself, Fort Valley State Athletic Director, and Savannah State Athletic Director, we all been conversating about this. We were trying to get it done last year,
Right.
but they ended up having two homecomings, I think on the same day, Lane and Josie, so they had to move one game to Saturday, and we couldn't get it done. So they are aware of it.
Okay. If you would just pass the information on, that way we share it and fill the stadium.
Sounds great, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Clark. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Can I address Mr. Bowens? Hey, Mr. Bowens, I appreciate you coming and bringing the information before us. Hey, I got a question. I know this is kind of new for the city as far as understanding what you all are doing. Have you gone before the school board and gotten their endorsement and approval and everything?
Well, I've gotten it from Mr. McClintock. He's the stadium manager. And dealing with them, he has spoken with the superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
They are aware of what we're trying to do.
Okay. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that piece was kind of clarified, that they're good with everything, because if not, then this may be a short conversation if that hadn't happened already. But you said that's already been communicated.
Yes, we've already
They've
spoken
given
to
you written confirmation and all that as well?
Next Thursday, the three of us, Fort Valley, Savannah, we're supposed to meet with Mr. McClintock at the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So we could look around, take a tour, if there's anything we need to add as far as college specifications. So all of this is in the making, yes.
Right. It's okay. All right. Just whatever info you receive, if you can relay that to the administrator in our legal's office, and that way they can appropriately inform us from there.
That sounds great, sir.
Appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bowen, we'd just like to say thank you, and we look for a successful starting again with a classic here in Augusta. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowens, for making a trip here, too. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, receive as information with no objection. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see, moving on to Madam Clerk, item number 8.
Miss Cecilia is on her way up.
Okay, there she is.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Today, I bring to you 3 alcohol applications. The first one is alcohol number 25-28. It does state new location, but it's actually a new ownership. The staff report states the new ownership as well for retail packaged beer and wine for Snehal Kumar Patel, applicant for 1714 Shortstop LLC, doing business as Shortstop, located at 1714 15th Street, District 2, Super District 9, Augusta Planning and Development, and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Are there any objections?
Don't see anybody. Seeing none. Yes.
My name is Snehal Kumar Patel. I'm from Douglasville, Georgia, 4065 Maple Creek Court, Princeton, Georgia.
Do I got a motion? Got a motion, and do I have a second? Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, voting. That was Commissioner Scott and, Commissioner Slindak made the motion. Yeah.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay.
All right. The next one is alcohol number 25-27. This is a new location, retail packaged beer and wine. Kathy Akinde, applicant for Lovey's Mercantile LLC, located at 2803 Wrightsboro Road, Suite 4 and 5, District 3, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
My name is Kathy Aquindi. My address is 928 Johns Road, Augusta.
That's where I used to live. Thank you. We got a motion. I'll second the motion. Motion and a second, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Voting.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ladies, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank y'all.
All right, the next one I have is application number 25-29. This is a new location, consumption on premise liquor, beer, wine, and dance. Joseph Tankersley, applicant for Jam Crew LLC, doing business as Wine and Dine, located at 879 Broad Street, District 1, Super District 9.
Going. My name's Joseph Tankersley. I live at 692 Riverfront Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Okay.
Motion
All right.
to approve?
Got a motion. Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, we're going to vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, are you having, okay, thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay. Let's see, moving on to item number 11.
Item 11 is to receive an update on the petition for improvements to Diamond Lakes Regional Park.
Okay, let's see who's here to, okay, there we are. Good afternoon, Director Williams and Mr. Ladson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just wanted to give a update on addressing the petition for the improvements for Diamond Lake Parks, Diamond Lake Regional Park. So the first one is in reference to park hours. And so the question was if we could even open up the facility at 4:30 from Monday through Friday. So the recommendation is that the park currently operates opening up at 7 o'clock. So we actually recommend that these hours stay the same and remain unchanged as they are consistent with other operation hours for other parks that we have in our park system. The sidewalk area that was inquired about coming from the Manchester subdivision to Willis Road, that was approximately about 1.5 miles. So to enhance the accessibility for that sidewalk access, it's estimated around 20 ADA compliance, ADA ramps that will be needed to on various intersections of the road. So due to the existing street lights, the sidewalk should be placed at least approximately 2 feet from the back of the curb if we move forward with doing that. Lighting was inquired about on Field 4 during the Youth Football League. And so all park lights are operational, and the repairs were completed last month, well, April, by Hammock Electric. The street lights within the areas they were owned and maintained by Jefferson Electric. And so since our meeting last time, or the inquiry about the petition, all those issues have been addressed and resolved at no cost incurred to the city. In reference to benches, it was inquired to have benches placed along the potential sidewalk inquiry going into the park. However, placing the benches would be better suited going along the current walking trail that's around that location. So instead, we suggest installing about 8 to 10 benches going around strategically around that walking track. In reference to the shelters, there is one shelter out there. So we're doing an estimated square footage size of either a 750 to 800 square foot shelter with electric and water services reflecting the inflation costs as well. So with that, the shelter additions, they're not immediately on the plan, but this is something that we could recommend that be part of the SPLOST funding that we have available or will be coming up. In reference to security cameras, we do have security cameras currently located at the site, but they're at the community center, the library and tennis center, and also at the towers. So that estimated cost will be for expanding surveillance around the park, including equipment, installation, and also ongoing monitoring services. Traffic calming, so going back to probably any speed humps in the park. We currently have 2 speed humps that are existing on the main park road area. However, the estimate cost would be to install 3 more humps inside, and that this will affect the speed of reducing the speed going through there. However, adding that will slow down if there are any emergency responses trying to get to a location. And then lastly, in reference to the parking lot, adding a parking lot island to the area near where the shelters are, that will reduce the number of available parking spaces that we have. There right now are approximately 2 islands on each side entering into that parking space. And so given that this is a regional park and the use of the park and the frequent activities and events that's held there in the leagues, we recommend that it just maintain have its current parking capacity that we have right now. If we are looking to do all of these amenities and changes to that site, the total estimate cost would be $691,000 plus, give or take, for this type of project. However, we do have some current funding that we are able to do some of these things currently right now. And so we do know that the most expensive thing that's here is the concrete sidewalk part, which is what we're just saying that we will hold off on that section, but other things we can get done based on the input and the petition information that we receive. So I will stand for any questions. You should have a copy of this, of the estimated cost and the breakdown if anyone have any questions.
Thank you, Director Williams, for that. I'm going to go to Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Williams, for doing that, giving us, excuse me, giving us an update on that. Let me ask you a couple of questions. First of all, the surveillance, as far as the surveillance cameras, I know the ones that we do have out there, but adding additional surveillance cameras, does that put us in any type of legal situation at all?
I don't think it will. We currently have public cameras at facilities. We have at our recreation centers. So having it out at the park it still will serve the same purpose.
So those cameras that are out there now, who's monitoring? Who does it go to? Who sees that?
We can see that as a department.
You can actually see that. Okay, great. The lights that we're talking about, for one, and I want to thank, I don't know if it was ISM, but I forgot who that was that, when I talked to them about lights around the track, we did the solar lights, which didn't cost us any additional electricity or anything like that. That was a great thing that we did there. That wasn't on board, but we got that done thanks to this commission up here, those lights around there. Now, the sidewalks are somewhat a concern for me because, one, it's a park, and generally speaking, the park is free and open flowing. What we did was, I remember when we were having the Windsor Spring widening, I talked with AB there, Mr. Latson at the time, and I was asking for sidewalks even then. And I think we went up as far as we could go at that particular time from Windsor Spring. We went up as far as we could possibly go because also we had Manchester subdivision that was part of it. Initially, let me say this, the entrance, the very beginning of the entrance to Diamond Lakes was part of the park. But that was before Manchester came into play. That was before the subdivision and all that came in, because initially the gates were right there at Windsor Spring. As soon as you turn, that's where the gates were initially. Now, when the deal was made to bring in Manchester subdivision, well, then that entrance now was not the entrance actually that belonged only to the park, because we had a subdivision there as well. So that's why the gate was moved back a little bit further. What we do have, though, in terms of the gate, I want to talk to that piece. Well, let me talk about that sidewalk piece. That sidewalk piece, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lassen, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we were able to bring that up to that certain point on each side, and that was the extent of it. Can you speak to that?
That was done on the, I agree with you, that was done on the Windsor Spring Road project.
And it wasn't on that project, but we made it happen.
Yeah, it was an 8-foot sidewalk. It was kind of like a combination walking and riding trail. So I think it went right up to the proposed right-of-way. Now, I think what you want to do is kind of, I guess, a part of the master plan, Diamond Lakes master plan, is to extend that into the park. So just to kind of add on to what Ms. Williams was saying, that we are looking at that in our plan in the Diamond Lakes master plan. So we're currently updating that right now, and what we're going to do is take the sidewalks and look at it and see how we can actually phase that into.
Right, because can that be extended on both sides? Because now we have the whatever it is at Diamond Lakes, the little townhouses or whatever that was placed there. I would have never approved that, but
the width may have to be changed.
Okay.
But that'll be based on the master plan. Once we're completed with that, that master plan will show, okay, here's what we'll look at, actually phasing it and optimizing what areas would be optimized based on the phase, and each phase would actually be given a cost and seeing how everything would work together and maximize.
Okay, and are we talking about from the entrance where the gate is all the way to the back gate of Willis Foreman?
That's right.
Okay,
the whole park.
Because there's a little small sidewalk there, maybe 15, 20 feet down there by the parking lot. It's not much on the left-hand side. Okay, now these speed humps, we do need those. I was able to get those 4 that was placed in there thanks to this commission. It wasn't something that was on the books, so I appreciate this commission for seeing the need for that. We do need to have them. I understand the importance of emergency vehicles coming through, but it would be less emergency vehicles coming through if we had those speed humps. Because the fact of the matter is, that's what could cause an emergency vehicle to have to come in, because they're moving way too fast. And I live right in Manchester, and I'm walking through there every day. And I'm constantly, slow down, slow down. Some of our own vehicles, in fact. I hate to put it out there, but I'm going to say it right now, even some of our own Augusta vehicles, I'm constantly slow down. So we would need to make sure that that's something that's stated to our own employees, and we do need to have some additional ones, because the ones that we have helped, but as you go past the walking trail, there's nothing else going back towards that way towards Willis Foreman. And there's a lot of folks that don't want to walk on the walking trail because of the fact that it's red clay, and red clay can hurt some. And then because it's a hilly area as well, we have some issues with some of the ladies or even gentlemen out there that are pushing their baby carts, and it's difficult. So I was really wanting to do more of a quarter-mile track or 1/8 track to allow people to do a circular walk that was more level. So that's something that I want to throw in there as well, a thought process of a walking track that is not part of red clay. And so that would also help those that are able to do that. And then those that are pushing their carts, the baby strollers and that sort of thing, wouldn't have all that much of a problem going all up there, especially when it gets wet. So with that being said, and I understand the need for holding off on the sidewalks, but if we are to prioritize, what would your priority be if we were to prioritize? So we have already stated, and I'm in agreement with the sidewalks being put off for a second there, but to prioritize, and I would think one of the main things would be those speed humps.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at costs, I mean,
Because that's relatively something that we could get done in a relatively short period of time.
You're looking at the time and the cost.
In terms of cost.
So that's what would determine, what you can get to quickly.
Well, I would say to you to put together a priority of that in which we can do from those requests that was put in, and determine. So you've already determined the cost for everything, $600,000 or so. Now I think the bulk of that will probably be the concrete for the sidewalks, I would imagine.
Yeah, the sidewalks is the most expensive one.
Yeah, so let's not let that sidewalk piece stop us from doing the other. So in other words, the sidewalk piece would be would be towards the end, in my opinion. But that wouldn't stop us from doing some of the other things that we have on board on that sheet. I really do appreciate you doing a thorough research and analysis on that. I don't know if there was someone else to speak to it, but that's all I have, and thank you.
You are so welcome.
And I would like to say that it wasn't just on Parks and Recreation, it was Central Services and Engineering that assist with this assessment. So I thank them for it as well.
Thank you so much. I do, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle's in the queue.
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Mason is saying that, this is our signature park that's been there for quite a long time, and the usage is unbelievable. I mean, from the children to the seniors utilizes this park. I'm looking at, we got $500,000, $500,000 in SPLOST set aside, unused. So AB, you might need to chime in on this one. So I'm looking at your estimated cost: concrete sidewalks, $440,000, 10 benches, $7,000, 3 shelters, $30,000. I'm not throwing in the site cameras yet, but the 3 speed humps, $12,000, and 1 island's $2,000. Add all them up, it's $491,000. That gives us $9,000 extra, but we could proceed forward with everything except the cameras that's showing under the $691,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we might we can go back and look at in the budget, previous SPLOST. There may be some dollar amount on security cameras in there as well.
Well, that or the Sheriff's Department might have grant money set aside for the cameras as well. But I do know that Mr. Frank Howard's here. He was the one who's actually came before us to bring this to the spotlight. And I'd like to hear from him, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. But as far as the AB and Ms. Williams, can we move forward on this first section without the cameras?
Yes, sir.
And if you happen to find the additional $191,000 for the cameras, that'd be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. I'd like to make a motion, but being as the chair, I cannot. So, I got Commissioner Scott in the queue. I'm hoping
Thank
she
you.
might do it.
You read my mind. I was going to ask for motion to approve.
Second.
And also, I would like to see if someone from the community wanted to say something.
Is there anybody? Yes.
And we need your name.
Name and address, yes.
Your
and
name and your address, please.
Okay, it's Frank G. Howard, 4401 TJ Kelly Drive, Heltsville, Georgia, 30815.
Octavia Collins, Vice President, Richmond County Neighborhood Association Alliance, 2711 Cardigan Court, Hestonville, Georgia.
Proceed.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for their cooperation. Thanks you, Ms. Director of Parks and Recreation. Yeah, so been a long time coming for this. So I just want to thank everybody for what they have done.
Thank you so much.
We look forward for the improvement to come to the park.
Definitely needed, for sure. All right.
And we'd like to thank you as well, and also say great things happen when we all work together as one.
That's
so
right.
Thank you all so much, because
Yes.
you looked at it and you looked at options to pay for it. So we didn't have to entice you to do that. So once again, thank you so much, and keep working together as one unit.
Well, thank you for being here today. Do I have anyone else that would like to speak? We got a motion, Ms. Bonner, and a second.
To move forward without the cameras.
Okay.
The priority is sidewalk. So, what he said.
Go ahead, Madam, Administrator Allen.
So just a clarification, we were trying to clarify the motion to proceed without we know we talked about the sidewalks, and that's something that we're going to come back to the governing body on in regards to the sidewalks, but.
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Administrator, the $491,000 includes everything except for the $200,000 worth of cameras. So
Okay.
there's money set aside to do, I think, the 5 different areas to be touched, from the speed humps, the sidewalk, to the benches, the island.
Okay, so we want to proceed, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yes,
We want
ma'am.
to approve it, though, everything but the cameras to come from our
Yep.
SPLOST.
And
Okay.
Mr. Lanson's going to try to find that money.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, that concludes oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, we're in a hurry. We do have a motion and a second. It'll be the first time we've gotten public services finished, before the hour. So we got a motion and a second. So let's go vote. Oh, yeah, go ahead, we got it. Thank you. Got it. All right.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right, that concludes public services, and on to Finance Committee. That was a record.
Just a moment, Madam Chair, you have something.
Madam Clerk, you asking me?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
The administrator wanted to make a clarification on item number 12, just to receive it as information, and she would have Ms. Dottery come up to give an explanation regarding.
Okay. We can do that. Not so quick getting out of public services. Okay. Good afternoon, Mrs. Director Daughtery. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I had placed this on the agenda as an approval. Thank you all so much for wanting to approve that for me. Appreciate that. However, I really needed to give you an update, and that included giving you the cost of what this would be if we did expand that border. So that's what it really was about. And so the quick update was to give you how far, and we talked about expanding out 10 miles beyond the border where we already are. And then also adding the additional 700 revenue hours because we pay our contractor by revenue hours. So that, going at that 10 miles, that's the additional dollars. And we went based on the money that we already pay to our contractor for the ADA paratransit. So that's where we come up with the $459,144. But that's not over immediate, that is over a 12-month period because you have to accrue revenue hours to get paid for it. And then we talked about, because I had these conversations with the contractor, we sat down and met and discussed all of this. And we looked at it from the standpoint of how many more operators you needed. So we would need an additional 9 operators to carry this forward. So that's why you see that there. And we believe that 4 additional vehicles outside of what we already have would help us to be able to take care of those people in that area. So, and of course, a 12-month period. So that is what we have come up to, and this is the cost that we've come to. We believe that could take care of that, but it's not going to be an immediate fix. So this is not something that we're going to go back, you approved it, and we go back and it's done. This is going to take some time because we got to have the money too. Everything I do got to have money.
And I want to apologize. I did have it written down, pull item 12, and I'm sorry I skipped over that. But thank you for coming up and explaining this to us.
No
We
problem.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Administrator?
Yes, Madam Chair. So what we're asking is that you receive it as information because there is no funding source for the 400 or so thousand, that's 459,000 that this would actually cost us.
Receive as information without any objection. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Thank you. That's finance is next.
Ms. Bonner, I would like to call finance to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
If we could start with item number 1.
Item number 1 is to approve a MOU with the University of Georgia, creating a contract labor employee for the extension service.
Okay. And Interim Director Schreier, are you prepared to give us a briefing on this item?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
One of the extension agency employees changed positions, and what we're asking is to move funds from the salary line items down to the contract labor line items in the budget. There is no additional expense to Augusta.
I'll just call for a motion to approve.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second, yeah.
Who was that?
Motion.
That's to approve it.
Commissioner Johnson.
I second.
Okay.
All right, and we're voting.
Talking about no money, huh?
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 2 is a motion to approve the minutes of the May 27th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And we're voting.
And we're voting.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Okay. And that concludes the Phenomenal Finance Committee.
The Phenomenal Finance Committee.
Good meeting, Madam Chair.
Well, the Extraordinary Engineering Services Committee is now in order. Madam Clerk, is there any additions or deletions to the
Yes.
Extraordinary Engineering Committee?
Yes, sir, we do. We have one request for an addendum.
All righty. should be just Jordan and Wayne. Oh, she's giving it to everybody. All right, Madam Clerk. Request a motion to add to the agenda, the addendum agenda. Where's the mayor? Is the mayor? Where, he went to Austin. What? All right, well, is the chief of staff prepared to speak to that or no? Attorney, are you prepared to speak to it?
Generally, I can. I'm not sure about the actual number. Ms. Sims may have the number, but I can address what the issue's about.
All right, well, first let's get the protocol right. There a motion to add to the agenda? Got a motion, is there a second? All right, motion second, no further discussion. Commissioners vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'd offer up a consent agenda item of number 1.
Okay.
Need a motion to that effect? Motion and second. No further discussion. Commissioners vote by the usual sign.
It's unanimous.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead with number 2, and then we'll deal with the addendum.
Yes, sir. Item number 2, Mr. Eric Gaines, awareness of Railroad Street deteriorating infrastructure as a fire and safety hazards.
All right, sir, would you give us your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Gaines, and my address is 1445 Railroad Street.
All right, Mr. Gaines, you got a presentation for us, or you have the floor?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Eric Gaines, and I reside at 1445 Railroad Street. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I'd like to begin by sharing a little about myself. I'm a 13-year Army veteran who made the decision to separate from the military last year in order to further develop my business and serve as a change agent within the community. Although I was born and raised in Atlanta, I have deep roots in Augusta. My grandparents lived at what was formerly 18 Nicholas Street, and I spent many of my childhood summers here. This part of Augusta holds a special place in my heart. I remember the community well, and it wasn't luxurious, but residents took pride in their homes and yards, maintaining them as best as they could. Mm-hmm. I've owned property on Railroad Street now for over 5 years now. Unfortunately, this street has long suffered from neglect and has become a known area for illegal dumping, surrounded by vacant lots and widespread disinvestment. I want to change that narrative. That's why I've made the decision to build my primary residence on Railroad Street, with the hope that my investment will spark further improvement and demonstrate that this community is worth caring for. Despite the progress we've made, the road remains in desperate need of attention. I've been working alongside Pastor Reverend Walker Jordan of Jordan Grove Baptist Church, and along with some of his members as well, they're here in the audience, to bring awareness to this issue. Commissioner Scott and Pulliam have been instrumental in helping us get some work done, and I appreciate their support. But there's still so much more to do. The road conditions on Railroad Street are hazardous. It is already a narrow, winding road, and ongoing deterioration has made it unsafe for regular use. Churchgoers and residents alike struggle to travel the road. Emergency access is a serious concern. Jersey barriers block the way for the fire trucks and ambulance, and in the event of life-threatening emergency, first responders may not be able to reach us. And then those are the Jersey barriers that I'm talking about. And if you look on the other side, the road itself is crumbling. Mm-hmm. And you think about the amount of pressure of vehicles traveling down this road, and especially a service vehicle, what could potentially end up happening. It could be a landslide. And so I want to further talk about that. Additionally, there's also low-hanging wires and storm debris obstructing the road even further. This is a matter of public safety and basic infrastructure. The families who live on this street deserve the same timely and dedicated city services that are provided to other neighborhoods in Augusta. I've included several photos that show the current condition of the street, and I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to host the mayor and commissioners for a walkthrough so you can see firsthand what residents are dealing with. We often talk about the need for more rooftops in the downtown area to support economic development and attract amenities like a grocery store. But those goals can be achieved without also investing in the infrastructure that supports our neighborhoods. I'm using my own funds to develop this home here because I believe in the potential of this community, but we need help. The continued presence of overgrown lots, many of which have yet to have been cut this year, only fuels the perception that this area doesn't matter and invites more dumping. I'm committed to doing my part to help revitalize Railroad Street. I hope the city of Augusta will join me in the commitment by addressing these longstanding infrastructure and maintenance issues with the urgency they deserve. And so in closing, I'm asking, can I get the members here on this commission, along with the mayor, to join me within 30 days to walk this street so we can see what's actually going on here?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines, and I certainly appreciate your investing in Augusta, Richmond County in terms of building your home here in Augusta, Richmond County. We do have Commissioner Pulliam from the second. She's in the queue. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. Gaines, for this presentation. It is greatly appreciated. We've talked on several occasions, and I share your exact sentiments, so much so that myself and Director Malik, could you please come up for me, please?
Director Malik.
Sorry, I should have directed it.
By all means, come. No, you're good. If you go to the other one, it would be great.
Director Malik and myself, probably about a month ago, Director Malik, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we rode through District 2 because the unfortunate thing is a lot of my district looks like this. And it's not just that area. So I'm so grateful for the pictures that I send on a continuous basis through emails. And I also appreciate the dedication to both our engineering director as well as our utilities director in finding solutions. And so, Dr. Malik, as we rode this area, what were some of the solutions or things that you said that we could potentially work on?
Yes, so good afternoon. I met with Eric and we walked actually street. So there's two parts to this. And also, I wanted to make it clear that the Jersey area, to my knowledge, and the staff who've been with engineering over 30 years, been there even before consolidations. It's nothing new. They've been there from day one, and it's a one-way street, so it should not be used for us. So it is a narrow street. I just wanted to give you some background of that. So there are two parts. One is just the routine maintenance, like cutting the vegetation, getting the dirt. There was dirt built up around the curb, all that thing. So that already taken care of. Really, we already took a lot of stuff. There's some recent dirt coming. He may not agree with me, but it's coming really from the lot where he is doing the construction. As far as the road improvements go, the edge of the road drops 10 to 15 feet. It's adjacent to the railroad yard. That's what I think the name maybe came from, Railroad Street. So over time, that edge begin to destabilize and fail, and that's what probably Jersey barrier was put there for the safety of the vehicles. So right now, the plan which I discussed with Commissioner Pulliam and actually responded back on May 29. Again, the two part. The maintenance we already took care of. Then we may have to add, a little bit curbing at the side. But the actual road improvement is going to take a project. And, that's what, is a capital project. So engineering will start that project, start of the year on that. And in my opinion, we need to shift the road maybe other 10, 15 feet to other sides to have a safe edge on the railroad side. And then, we create a protection that way. Still, we're going to keep it as a one-way street. So that's the kind of long-term plan, how the road should be improved. I think there are some signs they need to be reestablished. So the traffic, our sign team is working on that, and we will get that done to make sure, the people who are coming on the road have a clear understanding that it is a one-way street. It's not like a two-way. So that's really, so engineering is already actually really working on it, and the same plan I discussed with them when we met on site, so that's where we are.
You still have the floor, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik, do you have an estimated cost as to what this project would be?
No, not at the moment. We have to basically start with the right-of-way acquisition because the road needs to be really shifted. Otherwise, it's going to take building, the reinforced concrete retaining wall on the railroad sides, and that's will be, even the wall itself maybe million plus on that. So it's better, and most of the lands are parcel undeveloped, so we cheaper to get another 10, 12 feet on the other side and shift the road, and then we can create safety barrier on the railroad side. So.
Actually going in to get the estimate on what this project, would that all be done in-house, or is this something that you would have to source out?
So it all has to be sourced out. So we're going to use on-call engineering contracts to initiate this project, to develop the concept and the actual improvement plan, and then we'll bid it out, or we can use on-call contract to construct it. So probably roughly it's still going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 to $2 million.
And if I still have the floor.
You do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the vegetation being cut, I know we have been talking recently about a long-term plan, but I also asked on this floor, what is our short-term plan? Because we can't necessarily wait for that plan to be approved. We're in the midst of summer and it's raining every single day. So is this area on a schedule at this point for the vegetation that's being cut?
It's going to be reactive like a lot of other areas, because we use inmate forces, and there are some, so it's going to be inmate force to do work done, and depending on the crews we have is variable numbers. It goes from 3 to 5 nowadays, all that. So because for me to give this body schedule and not have inmate crews is kind of very difficult, to commit to something which I know is going to vary.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I please direct my next question to the administrator?
Yes.
Administrator Allen, if you could, and I know we had this discussion before, I'm not sure if it was last week or the week before that, but if you could get with engineering as well as any outside vendors that we use, cutting crews, because we do need a schedule now. We're looking at the pictures, but this is literally almost my entire district. So if I just went through today and did a video tour of my district, this is what it looks like. And so I can't wait for September, October, November, when the grass starts dying. We need something in place. So getting with the respective departments so that we can come up with a schedule, that would be great. Thank you so much. As it pertains to the flooding, this is my last question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. As it pertains to the flooding, as we start working on the project, the road project, will that also start to address the flooding in that area, Dr. Malik?
The flooding was really was a localized ponding because there was the debris built up and the road was not draining. So we already cleaned that area and established the flow towards, there is storm trap there, that's what water need to go. And as I said, we're also looking at adding small curbing around that. That's going to be done under maintenance. You're going to facilitate, all that.
So we can actually see that coming before the proposed project. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, and
portion of
we already took care of that, really. Some of the fresh sediment is a fresh sediment coming off the road from other properties and all of the things, so, yeah.
Okay. And very last question. The wire, the tree that Mr. Gaines described that was leaning on the wire, have calls been made to address that?
Yeah, so our utility engineer is looking into that and coordinating. It seemed like that is the communication wire or something, so he's working with them, yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you're very welcome. Before I go to the next person, Dr. Malik, this picture that I'm seeing here with the flooding there, are you saying that you've already did a short-term fix in terms of a flow where that water can go without it flooding right at this point?
Yes, there was a localized ponding there because there was debris build up in front of the storm drain or the structure, so we have to remove all that to get the water into that structure.
So you have to, but you haven't.
We already done it.
You already did. So it rained last night. Did you see any flooding on your street?
I just took these pictures. If you click on, there's a couple more slides showing the actual, I think I saw where they put some boulders down in the drain, but there's a couple more pictures on there that actually depicts exactly that, where that portion where that water is running off is coming down onto the railroad tracks, but it has no way but to pool down at the bottom area. So I'm not sure.
So it's not draining into anywhere?
I mean, I can take another look, yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes,
just rained real hard.
so
at least on my
that
side of
last
town
picture
last
there.
night, it rained
They
real
put
hard.
some boulders here in this area, but if you see down at the bottom of that hill, that drain is, I guess, washing out
Well, first of
down
all,
at
it's
the bottom of
clogged.
that embankment there. But
It's clogged.
I mean, this whole street has been like this, like he said, for 30-plus years. And again, Jordan Grove Baptist Church is here long before I have, and the previous pastor has been trying to get this fixed, but nobody's done anything, so.
First of all, looking at that drain, it needs to be cleaned out immediately. Super District 9, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask Director Malik a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Malik, does the railroad have any bearings on what's going on, or this is just a bad road that needs some work done to it immediately? And have we contacted the railroad to ask for assistance?
So we have not contacted the railroad, but their yard drops 10, 15 feet. So really, at this point, if we have to do work at the road itself, we don't have to contact the railroad. But if we have, if the body decides that we have to put a retaining wall and stabilize the edge, then definitely we have to coordinate with the railroad because the work has to be done from that side.
All right. Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions. Dr. Malik, do we know, well, let me ask it this way. Have we done some type of analysis as to who owns the property in this area along Ash and Maple and Railroad in that area?
So engineering has not done that, but there are a few parcels, I think, owned by the land bank and maybe others, but we can look at that to see what's the ownership.
What I want to suggest is that we look into that area and see who owns that property. Around 21 or 22, if I'm not mistaken, we actually signed our blight ordinance in that area on a porch of a dilapidated home. And since then, that house has been demolished and it's been revitalized. So I know that there is revitalization efforts happening in this area, but our ordinance calls for like penalties for folks who leave their properties like this. And I think now is a good time to go ahead and enact that ordinance and get aggressive with it. When I was working at Boys and Girls Club years ago, I drove the bus and I used to take students home to Maple Street. And I remember how this area looked, and that had to have been about maybe 10 years ago or so. So, but I think one of the first things is we need to figure out who owns this property and go ahead and start pushing the process of citing them for these violations, so that we can get a handle on it, you know? And, you know, we had a couple conversations about a year or so ago, and I know this this is germane, but I want to just throw it out there, especially for budget cycle coming up, is that a lot of these areas, this area across the street from this area where some revitalization projects are happening, all over the 1 and 2 area, you have properties like this and just blighted homes. So going forward with any kind of assessments, I think we need to start developing a block by block strategy. I know I've said this for the last 3 years I've been up here, having a block by block strategy for clearing and cutting, because the money that we're allocating is going around the city, but we can't see the impact of it because it's all the way around. But if we did a block by block strategy, I think this problem would go away. You know, you can get some homes cut. I mean, some homes demolished and some grass cut in this vicinity. But I think the first thing is to figure out who owns these properties and start holding them accountable. But definitely a block by block strategy is going to be crucial for us keeping up with stuff like this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go to the Commissioner from the 10th, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I speak to Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Malik, as far as when I was saying the silt debris running off, was a house just demoed there or anything? Where the sand that's washed into the road?
He's constructing the new house.
That was in front of his house?
That's what it runs from there and from all the vacant lots there, you know. So it's just, you know, the yards out, the debris comes out during the rain. It's just kind of normal.
Okay. I didn't know if it was just a demoed house that we need to require a silt fence put up to retain it back onto the property. The other thing is where the trees are leaning, trees overhanging the roadway. Can we capture that where it's a safety issue? Where there was a picture in there before where it's leaning. And there was another tree that fell in the right of way. I'm assuming it's the right of way.
It does seem like on the private property. And,
okay.
You know, we clear, engineering did a lot of cleanup in this area.
Right.
But the rest is really off the road, we can call it, off the properties. So this, like we're working with utility companies, if there's anything on that. Then, you know, I will double check, but some of this, you know, the drain, again, sits high. So the other side, which is railroad side, maybe some, you know, the boulders and all of the things. So
all right.
I will go there and check one more time.
All right. Where this tree, where you see on the left-hand side is a couple feet away from that telephone pole, well, that wouldn't be in our easement?
So that's, since utility is involved, we have to work with the utility to get it addressed.
Yeah, I mean, the wire it stops at that pole. It doesn't continue forward towards the camera. Can we look at that, please?
Yes, sir, yeah.
All right, thank you.
So I have to look at the ownership of the lots. Actually, I have to go and dig it out, the ownership of the road and where the actual legal boundaries and all of the things. I have not done that. We're really focusing on cleaning up. And all that.
You might want to check with ABC if it falls under a FEMA claim that we could get it up and be reimbursed for it as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a motion to make this, to get this process started so that people in this area can have some relief. But I want to lean on Dr. Malik for guidance on what, you know, hearing all that you've heard, what would you consider to be an appropriate motion to direct your department to begin this process?
Department already has a, you know, outline what we're going to do, start, you know, the projects at this point. So, so basically, really, you know, if the motion is needed, then it can be created that initiate the road improvement project.
Okay. I'll make the motion to direct the engineering department to initiate the road improvement project for the Railroad Street area, as well as begin an analysis of property owners in the area to distribute notices of blight ordinance or chronic nuisance ordinance violation. And that's my motion.
I'm gonna second that motion, but I want to.
Storm drains.
I want to ensure. Okay.
That's what it was.
Okay. All
And
right.
to clean storm drains.
And there we go. As quickly as possible, because you don't need to wait for a road project to clean the storm drains.
Right.
Now let's just keep it a buck. You don't have to wait for that.
Yeah.
Storm drain. If that's what I'm seeing in the picture.
Yeah.
If that's something that's still there today, it need to be gone tomorrow. But anyway, we've got a motion. I second it. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners vote by the usual sign. Thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Reverend? Uh-huh.
It's unanimous.
Commissioner Johnson. Madam Clerk, we're going to go to the addendum item when the appropriate person will address that item.
Okay. Our addendum item is discussion regarding beautification agreement with Springwood Nurseries concerning work completed in the Wheeler Road corridor.
Okay, I see the Chief of Staff, Ms. Sims. I see the legal counsel in the queue. You guys want to flip a coin to go? I mean, just have at it.
Ladies first.
And there you go.
Good afternoon, Commission. We are addressing a issue that came before the Commission on March 4th that was presented concerning work that would be done by the Springfield Nurseries through Story LLC. You all have those invoices in front of you all. The first invoice was the $33,460, which the Commission at that time agreed to pay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hold on just a second. Chief of Staff there, just hold on. You said there's some invoices that we should be seeing? I don't have. Where? Enough for the, that's the only one?
Gave us the rest.
Can you put it up on the screen if nothing else?
Okay. They should be right next to you, Ms. Bonner. I had set them right.
No? Okay, well, here's something we got going on here.
For you all?
11/14/2024.
So 11/14/2024 on March 4th, this came before the Commission where it was approved to assist with this project, to authorize the mayor to execute a Augusta beautification program agreement with Palmetto Story LLC regarding landscaping and maintenance plan for the Wheeler Road corridor in the improvement sum of $16,730, which would have been 50% of the amount that is being presented at this moment. Yes, please. On the next invoice, as you all can see, Mr. Story has come back with the final and adjusted amount for labor and material to remove damaged trees, remove all stumps in the backfill with topsoil necessary to replant the 31 willow oaks, and to upgrade, install, of course, 5,000 square feet of new sod, replace heads and nozzles for the sprinklers within the same corridor. That amount came to $57,310, which would now bring the 50% ask of the city of $28,655. We are asking today that the amount, the extra $11,925 be approved at this time to complete the finalization of this invoice.
Mr. Story is about multimillionaire, isn't he?
I can't speak to his financial status.
I mean, okay. All right. Well, Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jasmine, I'm not going to ask that question, but I have a couple. If you can just be patient with me. So
Okay.
could you help me? So when the work was done, or did the commission approve the work being done, or was the work done and then a reimbursement or a partnership was requested?
The partnership was, the actual item was number 13 on March 4th, where the corridor to pay the Garden City Improvement Fund, out of the Garden City Improvement Fund of $16,730 for the removal and the installation of the landscaping along the Wheeler Road corridor.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't know if the work had been done first, and then the gentleman came and asked for us to pay him for doing it, or did we vote to ask him to do that kind of work? And maybe we can get a little clarity on that from.
Well, actually, this was the actual attachment that was given to you all at the time of the ask.
I remember very vaguely. It's been a while. You know, we
Yes, that's why I was
talk
trying
about
to
a lot.
refresh it. Yes, we do talk.
And that was in November, or was this?
The
Proposal was brought to us in November after Hurricane Helene, and then it was brought back in front of the commission for actual approval on the March 4th committee meeting.
Okay, all right. Jim, can you give us some additional information on this, Mr. Chairman? Can I ask Jim that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
This came up at the commission level, and the discussion was that the hurricane had done a lot of damage, uprooted trees and things of that nature. It was close to the tournament time, and the request was to resod Wheeler Road corridor. And Mr. Story had asked that we would participate in that, and we agreed to fund half of that, which is approximately $16,000. At the same time, they said, well, what's going to happen to the trees? And the timing, if I'm not mistaken, was not that they could install the trees, but they said they would come back and ask for us to participate with that as well. So what we have, it gets a little confusing, is that the invoice of 518 is for the total project. So that is the removal of the sod and the installation of the trees. So the ask was, or the original proposal or intent was to have us participate on Wheeler Road. And so we entered into a beautification agreement with Mrs. Story's company, Palmetto Story, back in sometime, I want to say it was maybe by April, probably the time we signed it. And then we have money in SPLOST. The money from SPLOST goes to the Garden City Fund, which is held by the Community Foundation, and then they pay our half as well as Mr. Story's half to Springwood Nurseries to complete the work. So the request was in place, the work has been done, and now the question is, will we pay arguably our portion of it?
It was the third week of March,
Okay.
just for clarity, because before the tournament, we were trying to make sure that corridor was up to par.
No pun intended.
Commissioner Pulliam?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thinking I would direct this question to the administrator,
Yes, ma'am.
because I want to direct it to everyone on the dais, but I think it's more appropriate to direct it to the administrator. Administrator Allen, did we approve them putting in the trees? Did they come back to us and say, we also want to add this on to the invoice, to the ticket?
As I understand it, originally, the discussion was to do all of that, but when they sent the original invoice back to us, it did not include that portion of it, as Jim had stated. Then they came back with the complete proposal or invoice.
So my question then lies, and they came back with a completed invoice before we actually approved the addition to what we okayed, because we okayed one amount, and we said, my understanding is we said, okay, you may have to do the trees as well, but we were never given an estimate on that. And I don't remember us having another conversation saying, go ahead and add on the trees. And so typically when contracts come before us any other type of way, we have to approve additions to those contracts if it's going to be another price range. So was that done?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am. It wasn't this is the second invoice that we received, so we have not received any other communication between the original communication with the $16,000 or so that was approved originally by the governing body and the second invoice that we just received to take care of the entire project as a whole.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, may I please direct a question to our legal counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So Attorney Plunkett, thank you, Administrator Allen, for that explanation. Attorney Plunkett, so in an instance like this, where we're given an amount that we now owe, but we never approved that amount, how do we operate in that? Do we actually owe it because we never approved the additional amount?
The answer is that you owe the original amount. I think it was $16,000 and change. The discussion at the time was that it would be brought back about doing the trees. Okay, so that's the additional $11,000. So does this body have a legal obligation to pay the $11,000? The answer is, in my opinion, would be no. The partnership, though, would be saying that we were teaming up to complete that corridor. And so, it would be, would not be inappropriate for y'all to agree to share in the cost of the trees.
Is it traditional to have a teaming agreement, since that was your terminology? Is it traditional to have a teaming agreement where only one party knows the cost and the other party is not given that amount until they actually owe it? Is that truly a teaming agreement?
Well, the issue, I think, is that, we were working on this corridor. We were going to remove the debris. We were going to sod it prior to the tournament. I don't know what I don't say if it's typical or traditional or whatever you want to say. I think you've got two parties that want the same goal. And I think the issue is that did Mr. Story move forward with having the trees installed at what may or may not be a cost-effective amount? It's up to y'all to pay it or not, to participate or not. I don't think it's, I think we could come up with a lot of relationships where somebody just acts and we follow along. Sometimes we want to know step by step. So I think that's just possibly Mr. Story understood from the action back in March that we were going to participate, and he may have thought that was sufficient to move forward with the trees. But it's not your obligation. But legally, I don't think he has the ability to enforce it to say that if he was to file suit, I don't think he would win on suing you for $11,000.
Okay, my last question, Mr. Chairman. Was there a written agreement in place? These are the items that we want you to take care of. So even that day when we had that discussion here on the dais, was there something in writing stating what was going to be done, especially since we're saying what I hear both everyone that's repeated it so far, that we were going to go back in and have the discussion about the trees. Was that not in writing, since we all are under the impression that we were going to go back and have another discussion?
The only writing I'm familiar with is the agreement with the beautification agreement, which was just an MOU basically between Palmetto Story and Augusta to do that. The document that has the numbers with it is the invoice that I think that Ms. Sims showed you previously, and that's what was brought to the body on that date. So this is just, stage two, and to your point, we didn't know what stage two was going to cost, and that's y'all's prerogative to move forward with it and sharing the cost, or you could say, should have asked us in advance. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome.
Chair, I'd like to call for consensus. I would make a motion to approve this.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. We do have Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. I understand that there's a motion on the floor, but I do want to just state publicly that, the partnership that Story Palmetto has with Augusta has been really beneficial. I mean, he literally takes care of just about every entranceway into Augusta, from the airport to Wheeler Road, and I think there are numerous other ones that he helps do. And, if it wasn't for partnerships like this, even if he is, as my colleague from the 4th reminded everybody, a very well-off gentleman, I'm thankful that Augusta has him and that he's willing to contribute in these ways.
Amen. Commissioner Smith Rice from the 3rd.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Saying exactly what my colleague from the 8th said. I know Mr. Story personally, known him for a long time, and we are very lucky and fortunate to have him in the city do what he does without us having to pay for some of it. His business does it. So I'm not on this committee, but thank you, Commissioner Clark, for making the motion to approve this so we can move on. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Well, Commissioner Pulliam from the 2nd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say this because it's not that I am not grateful for any of the private-public partnerships that our city has with a lot of our partners in the city that do a lot, and we are very much appreciative of that. However, as we talk about procedures and ways in which to do things, a great partnership also consists of, in my opinion, both parties knowing what's happening and what's going on. And so I believe it's to the tune of an additional $11,000. Would we be okay with every partner that the city has doing that and giving us additional $11,000 invoices? But again, I'm not saying that I'm not grateful for this partnership. I just want to make sure that when we're up here on the dais, we are in fact taking that into account, that all partners should be treated equally. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Thank you, Mr. Story. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign. Did we?
It's unanimous.
All right, unanimous. Next item, Madam Clerk.
I believe that's it, sir.
No further business come before the Engineering Service Committee. We stand adjourned.
Madam Administrative Services is ready when you are.
Ma'am.
Said Administrative Services is ready when you are.
We are, sir.
All right. I'd call Administrative Services to order, please. If my colleagues do not object, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 5, and 8. I believe item number 7 is being removed. Per Administrator's Office.
That's a pretty important issue.
Mr. Jackson, do you want to speak towards that? But before you do, yeah, look, well, go ahead and speak, and then we'll vote to remove it as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, upon hearing about the situation yesterday was brought to my attention, I reached out to the gentleman about this issue, and I have agreed to meet with him tomorrow at 2:30 in our offices to get this addressed. And he agreed to pull the item.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I say? So would this need to be moved to a full commission, or y'all going to address this internally before it come back to the commission?
My goal is to have it resolved without having to bring it back, because it was approved, when I understand, back in 2023.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You good, Commissioner?
I'm good, yes, sir.
All right. So, hearing that, can I have a motion and a second, please, for the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, can you repeat the numbers again?
1, 2, 5, and 8.
And delete 7.
And delete 7.
Motion.
Second.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. It's unanimous.
Thank you. We will go top to bottom, please.
Okay. Item number 3. For information only, presentation regarding update on the classification and compensation study.
Ms. Rookert, how are you doing today?
Good, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I wanted to come before you to just update you with where we are regarding the comp study. First and foremost, yes, it has taken a while, but we've had some delays due to weather and staffing. So there has been some serious delays, but we are on track. The classification analysis has been done. The classification analysis is what some of you have heard as the term of JDQs, which are job description questionnaires. That took us close to 6 to 7 months to get the cooperation and completion, but we do have those done. Job description development, we've completed that aspect, as well so as the compensation and benefits analysis surveys. Those things have been completed, and we are right now in the timeline for the compensation market data. We have already sent Ms. Allen some drafted numbers that they are looking at now, so we are currently working with Siegel in developing some what we call accurate numbers regarding the market. So we have given Ms. Allen the data, but we are still reviewing and updating that information. Moving forward, just so you know how things went and what happened, out of 34 department heads, we honestly only had 21 to actually complete and review the information. So that's part of the delay.
Can you state the departments that did not complete this?
I knew you were going to ask me that. No, sir. I can't at this second, but I would be happy to share that information.
Yeah, please inform the entire commission as well as the administrator's office.
I sure will. Okay, moving forward, we are working with 4 departments currently to kind of help them with bringing the support. Part of the issue has been when we asked for org charts, organizational charts to be turned in, a lot of departments didn't understand what that looked like. So organizational charts, job descriptions, those are things that we were required to bring to us so that we can share that information with Siegel. I do have some recommendations once we complete this. The other part was the feedback regarding job descriptions.
Can I pause you 1 sec? Can we go back 1 screen?
Okay.
So your third bullet point here says that you're working with the final 4 departments to determine if they may provide feedback. But you're stating it before there that you had 13 department heads that didn't respond.
21. We
No,
had
no,
34
13 that did not.
Yeah, did not. And there are 4 that we're working with to gather more information. No, it's not an even number if that's what you're trying to find.
I'm just trying to determine what you're classifying as a department head. When we're thinking of department heads, we think of directors. We don't have 34 directors.
When you look at our entire organization, we're including sheriff's office,
okay.
court. So it's not just us.
Okay. I was just trying to get clarification because I think we were.
It's not just us that are participating.
I think we were all up here doing the math like, I don't. All right, thank you.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Again, we reviewed and got some samples on new job descriptions because that is an area that we need to improve on the job descriptions, and we have job description writers that are putting together samples for us. Where are we now? We had 13 peers like communities like ours, municipalities like ours that participated in our market survey. That's when they take their community, their office, and they line it with ours. So we get to see where our salaries align with theirs. So we had 13 municipalities that participated with us. And we got all 13 back. So that's a great sign. We had surveys also done with our 7 peers that participated in our surveys to just see how we stand up against our peers regarding benefits. So we got that information back. And we also use 6 other sources. One that you all may be familiar with is salaries.com. That's to make sure that we get competitive salary information across the board. Here we are now. Last week, we did get the detailed market data. That's the draft that Ms. Allen has in her possession. We are currently working with Siegel right now to change some of that information, to update some of that information, and by the end of this month, we will have an accurate, solid market detail analysis that Ms. Allen will have in her possession, so we will know exactly where we sit regarding our market. Right off the top of my head, there are 5 areas that we are 100% on market. That's a good thing, but in other areas, we are behind market. And so we're working with Siegel right now to tally that information, so when you see it, it'll be accurate. Moving forward, the next thing they're going to start working on for us is going to be salary structure and salary ranges. They're going to put all of this data that they've been working on together and give us a sample of that to review so that HR office gets a chance to disagree or agree with the information. At that time, Ms. Allen also gets to see that data too. So, and I keep saying that because we're at a time now where it's not just HR. This would be a collaborative effort with the administrator's office and HR. So it wouldn't be a decision that we made solely. It would be data. As we move forward, she'll see every bit of data so that she'll know before any decisions are made where we are, what we're doing. She'll see if she agrees with it so we can go back and forth. And that's important that you know that. Come October 2nd or October 10th, Siegel will be here to present to you all of their findings and be able to make recommendations. What we've asked is that they be prepared to make 2 recommendations, not just 1, but 2 options. And we will review those options with the administrator's office even before they present them, so that the administrator's office is aware, and if we need to make 3 options available for you to view, we can. Now, I've rushed through some of these, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding some of the data that you've seen or some of the information that you have.
Don't see anybody in the, oh. Late, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Ms. Rooker a question and perhaps the administrator? With this compensation study that we're doing in the midst of, how is this going to relate to when we ask, say, if we get ready to hire somebody and we want to hire them above what the entry is or whatever? How is this going to gel? Because I see us approving money now, but you got a compensation study. So how do you go back? Do you go back and move the salaries up, or you continue to have almost I don't want to say a different salary range?
What my office is actually try to do with any departments that are trying to hire is we really work with them to make sure that whatever they're offering in salary, that we use the current pay ranges that we have so that when you get the new information, it doesn't throw everything off. So we try to make sure that we use the current pay range that we have versus having someone jump 3 steps ahead and we're not there yet. And in those cases, when it's hard to do that, we still work with them as well, so as the administrator's office. We have a conversation to talk about what we are able to do.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Mason.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On another note, just want to say thank you to Ms. Rupert for the Father's Day gifts that you've given to all of the men up here. Well, that was last time. This is my time. Father's Day that you've given. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. May I speak to the director, please? Sure. Ms. Rooker, as far as this compensation salary, a couple years before some of us even got on the commission, that the American Rescue funding was used for salaries, for example, the fire department, and it threw the whole salary structure off. Was you here at that time?
I was.
And did you approve that?
I did not.
How was that put in place without the HR in that position? Because I noticed that you said about 7 to 9 times the administrator will have every copy that's been. Mm-hmm. But I just wanted to make sure that as HR director, you have responsibilities and duties and to fulfill that, make sure that our salary and our grade structure remains the same, not the administrator.
No, I do. I should, but
Okay.
I do not.
Who does?
The decision was made by the commission, not me.
Did you warn the commission at the time?
I did.
And the commission ignored it?
Yes.
Because it was at the tune over $1 million to get everything back in line.
It may have been a little more than that, to be
Oh, it
honest with
was.
you, sir.
I was just
because-
being conservative on my
Well,
statement.
No, I didn't agree with it then. I don't agree with doing it that way. I did voice my opinion that I didn't agree with it, but the decision wasn't mine to make. I do give my recommendations when asked, but the commission made those decisions regarding giving those funds to those departments.
Okay, I was just, all right, so when we moving forward, that it'll be, everything will be in line. I know that the director has up to 10, authority to go up 10% higher than what the salary is. If it goes any higher than that, it comes before the commission. But I just don't want to get us 5 years down the road and then the salary be all.
Upside down again.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you. That was the whole point of.
But this is before your time as well. This is last 12, 14 years we've been doing the salary study for the same reason. But
Yes.
our biggest enemy is ourselves.
Yes, sir. You are correct. And
But I just wanted to make sure that the pen doesn't fall on the administrator with this information that's being given to us.
oh, no, sir, this is not.
Okay.
This is not to shed any kind of negative light on the administrator. This
Okay.
is actually a positive light because I wanted you all to understand that we're working together to make sure that we get ourselves put in a better position because yes, decisions have been made without HR as well, so it's without the administrator. And we ended up being upside down. And so the purpose of this compensation study that we're doing, it's a little more in-depth. I'm getting a little more information for us this time so that we don't have to come back in this position because part of the 3 p.m. says that HR director is supposed to bring to commission every 2 years a market study as to where we are. And unfortunately, when I got here, I wasn't even able to even start that simply because of our position.
If anything that I would like to see come out of the HR department is consistency.
Absolutely.
And that's something I would like to see here forward.
I'm trying to do that. We are trying to do that. But the one thing we have to do is get our market and
That's
pay
right.
grades.
This doesn't include any kind of benefits of fringe benefits?
No, sir.
No any kind of insurance?
Not in this, what we're doing right now.
Okay, is there something else coming down the road that includes that?
Yes, I have more to come.
And what kind of enlighten us, the body, enlighten us, please?
Well, when we go through our.
Let's just stick with this. Let's just stick with this topic.
I'll be happy to do that. Thank you for coming before us, Ms. Rooker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Clark.
Hey, Ms. Rickard, again, I echo the sentiment. Thank you for the mug. I will use it first thing in the morning, all right? Okay. I appreciate that. But listen, so I'm definitely a stickler for ensuring that we add efficiency to our processes wherever we can. I know we're talking about this particular subject. What I'd like to see, in addition, if we can make this a tandem effort, is your policies and procedures that you just spoke about with what Commissioner Guilfoyle was speaking about. If there's any limitations like that and there's recommendations, if you and the team can go ahead and start looking at those and making the presentation, send it to poor administrator and staff are just overrun, but I do want to make sure that they have an understanding of what's going on from a recommendation. But we need to depend on our subject matter experts to give the recommendations of where we have points of inefficiency. And it sounds like just from the interaction, a lot of the decisions that you guys are talking about predates myself, but we like to make sure that we add that layer of efficiency and awareness to that, so the body can empower you all appropriately to do what's expected for the business. And I like to make an open statement to all those rogue directors out there that's just, I'm just joking. I see a couple of them out there. But seriously, though, we are going to get to a point where we got to bring things in. And we are going to have to reel it in. This is a necessary step to do that. But understand it's going to be a collective effort with it. Everybody's not going to get their way out of it, so let's just get out of that mindset right now. But if we want to make sure that we are sustainable, then we got to do business a different way. And this is another way of finding out improved direction to go. So thank you, Ms. Ruckert.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that being said, I saw where you stated there was an Augusta project team. Could you tell us who's on that project team so we can make sure that we tell them thank you for all the work that's been?
Yes, my team. Tafika Dobbs is sitting there. My deputy, she's somewhere roaming, working, but my entire staff, this is a priority for us, the compensation team, which is something we haven't had before. I have a compensation team that gives their time and energy to making sure when we get on task, when we get on target, we stay there.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know that the last compensation study that was done in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, and even it was never implemented. So just want to throw that one out there. Thank you for this. I'd like to receive this as information with the caveat that we do get the list of those who did not respond to this much needed information to your department.
Without objection.
Without objection, Ms. Bonner. Item.
Item number 4, a motion to approve the purchase of one Cardex Rimstar Megamat Office Vertical Carousel.
Can you say that 5 times fast?
I'll do it next time. In an amount not to exceed $60,000 for the procurement department.
I believe Commissioner Clark had a question in reference to this. Evening, sir. Thank you for coming up. It's almost like you knew we were going to call you up here.
Call it intuition.
Okay. Commissioner Clark.
Oh, okay. I thought he was about to continue. Okay. So, got a question, and this may be a dual purpose question for you or the administrator. I know, I believe you have processes that currently state that you have to maintain physical copies of your docs for a certain period of time, correct?
Correct. State statute requires we maintain records for a certain length of time, some 5 years, some as long as 7 years. So this carousels help us maintain those records going forth. I mean, it's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. And like I said, this is just, I'll say the grand marshal for this. There are other departments that have the same need. Probate court, for example, I went over there as well. They have cinder blocks holding theirs together. The problem is the machine is antiquated. You cannot get anybody to service it. There are no parts to be made for it, so it's disrupting services in my department and in the other 2 departments that are going to come before you for the same request.
Yeah, and Madam Administrator, so we're getting to the point now where the digital age is upon us. And I know, we're And I mean, because this is the problem I have with it. I get it. I think this is a legitimate need that they have and the other departments that he's talking about. But can we start leveraging some of our improvements from a digital storage capability or something like that?
Yes, sir. And Mr. White has already started working up his specifications to start doing certain things electronically. However, and Mr. White, correct me if I'm wrong, they have to have the previous years, a couple of the previous years on site as opposed to sent to our record retention so that they can have them easily accessible for any respective responses that they have come in. So they will still need something in place, and as well as those other departments, because I know probate court has certain
to have
requirements
physical.
as well.
Okay, so they have to maintain at least 2 years of physical hard copies.
Well, actually, about 5.
Yes.
I have about 5 years in my department right now.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm bringing that up is not to, delegitimize the need, but we're going to run into the same issue again, where if we keep going down this path of paying for these type of storage devices, then we're going to run into the issue again where these parts are no longer available. We're going to have to buy a whole different system again. I'm trying to see if there's any room within the state statutes or even our own internal ones to try to get us to a more digitized aspect of this. It would greatly bring down the costs and overhead of maintaining it. I believe we have buildings, I say that with an S, buildings of stored documents throughout the county government. And I'd like to see us get to a more updated version of doing this. Madam Administrator, I'm not putting anything, not trying to purposely put more on you, but I think this is a part of improving where we can and adding some efficiency. Because if we do this for procurement and then we get 3 or 4 more departments with the same need, seriously, we're going to lead down a rabbit trail with this if we don't look at trying to improve our processes and the overhead for the cost of this.
Yes, sir. And those are the specs that I was referring to is for him to start doing e-procurement in the department, which would be digitized.
Right. So, I mean, that's the plan to do that. But
how far out are we from doing that? I mean, I know it doesn't exist today, but I'm just asking.
I can't give you a timeline on that because it depends on what we get back and what's out there and what we can do. But keep in mind, this request that we're making today, it predates me. This machine is 20 years old. So if you got about another 20 years, well, I won't be here petitioning you for it, but you kind of got your money's worth. I mean, I know we want to go to the digital. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that requires funds as well. So I'll be coming back. Well, it won't be me. The new director will be coming back with another request.
Well, you're on record saying in 20 years you're going to be coming back, so I'll be holding.
I won't be coming back.
All right.
Get a motion to approve this item, please.
So move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Bonner voting. Thanks, sir. Commissioner Lewis. Vote for me.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Next
Item
up.
number 6, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to reject the unsolicited proposals for the proposed development of a pickleball and tennis complex within Associate Hotel.
All right, who is here that wants to speak towards this? Oh.
Back again.
All right. Yeah, before, I think somebody's also here to speak in regards to what this proposal is. Just as a quick overview, can you kind of tell us why we want to reject this already?
Well, the unsolicited proposal, just to give a little background, the period runs from January 1 to May 31st. We accept proposals that the government did not entertain or may not have an interest in or just not, it's not on our radar. So we allow private individuals or private companies to pitch proposals to us. So that's what happened in this case. So we run the full period, which again is January 1 through March 31st. Then we take those proposals and we evaluate them.
March 31st or May 31st?
March.
You said May initially.
Did I?
You did.
Yeah, I added 2 months. March 31st, excuse me. But once March is concluded, we form the evaluations committee and we look at the proposals. We did so in this case. I'll say this is just a recommendation. The proposal was a good proposal, but some of the things stood out for the evaluation committee that made us hesitant. One being, the proposal requested that money earmarked for Newman Tennis Center and Splash 8 be directed to this project. Now, the interim finance director was a part of this evaluation committee. He immediately said we could not do that, which I know we could not. It also required us to, after we built, let's say we did do that. After we built this building and maintained it, that they're requesting, it required the city to do all maintenance, utilities, and upkeep of this building. As well as there was going to be a third party involved that would manage this facility, which not too much insight from the city. So we thought that was a bit much.
How many meetings did you have in regards to this with the applicant?
Well, again, it's an evaluation process. Everything that we needed was in the proposal, so it was not a reason to have a meeting with the applicant because.
And historically, how many unsolicited proposals does your department typically move forward with?
Well, sometimes we don't get any, so I can't really give you a number.
I know of 2 that, in my tenure, that went nowhere, but I'm just curious if that's just kind of a general, sure, you can send us your ideas all you want to, but, you know, if it ain't our idea, we ain't gonna move forward with it. That's kind of the idea that we get from the community when people talk to us, like, hey, why even bring these things to you when it's, so I'm just curious.
Well, Commissioner Garrett, I don't think it's our decision. I think it's a commission decision.
Well, this is
because all this is brought back before you, and you make a decision.
This is the first time I've seen one come to us for a rejection from, I know the last one that I know about was through Georgia Power and our streetlights, and it never came to us for a rejection or an approval. It just kind of died. So I'm just curious.
No, we did do one with Georgia Power.
We're moving forward with it.
It's already done.
It is not done. Trust me, it ain't done. So,
okay.
Yeah. But anyway, well, in reference to that, and I asked the question, and I see Commissioner Guilfoyle is in the queue, so I'm gonna let him ask some questions.
Sure.
Can I speak to the interim Director White?
Yes.
Mr. White, as far as the staff meeting with the developer, how many meetings was there? It was just one?
You said a staff meeting with the developer?
With the applicant?
There were none.
There was no meeting. I thought the body had, when Mr. Akers came before us.
That wasn't an evaluation process.
I didn't ask for evaluation. I said, did you meet with them, the applicant?
Oh, excuse me. We had one.
Okay. So as far as any kind of communication after that, was there any communication to the applicant whatsoever?
None. The only thing, and I've explained this to Dr. Akers, that once we came up with a decision, we should have reached out and let him know it was going to be on this committee.
When did you explain that to him?
I explained that to them Monday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And he applied before March 31st for the unsolicited proposal. And then we called them yesterday, that because it's on the agenda is the reason why you called them,
Right.
even though we
It
put it on.
it should have happened probably at the earliest Friday. We got to make sure it's on the agenda before we call somebody and have them come to a meeting, and it may or may not be on. So, yeah, Friday would have been the earliest. So we
Okay.
missed about a day.
So the evaluation committee was set up of you, Ms. Williams, the Parks and Recs director, and who else?
It was finance, someone from planning and development. It was probably about 5 or 6 of us.
And at that, whenever y'all met, y'all said it's not a good path forward. The reason why I'm asking-
It was a committee decision. It wasn't a procurement decision. It was a committee decision.
That's correct. I'm sorry that you, the one that's in front of the microphone when.
No problem.
But, Mr. Chairman, can we hear from the applicant, Mr. Choi? Because what I looked at, the presentation that was presented before us, we was able to do a public-private partnership, that we was able to do all these 20-something tennis courts, all these pickleball courts, state-of-the-art facility.
Dr.
big enough.
Akers, would you like to come up, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
You'll
Chairman.
state
Garrett.
your name and address
Yes, my
for.
name is Dr. Troy Akers. I live at 1024 Peninsula Crossing, Evans, Georgia. So thank you for the time to speak. Mr. White, thank you for the conversation yesterday. So let's go back. I was before the Public Services Committee with a goal to partner with the city in a collaborative effort, all in good faith, to really carry out some of the vision that I've heard from the mayor and the commission, which is to help put Augusta on the map for something additional. We're known for golf. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country. As a body, you know, the Richmond County city of Augusta has less public tennis courts than Columbia County, which is significantly smaller. So we thought that we were going to bring forward a proposal that would be beneficial for everyone. Following that, my appearance here at the committee meeting, I was directed to have a meeting. So Administrator Allen, the Deputy Administrator, Mr. White, and Director Williams were there. They kind of laid out what we needed to do. We completed all the paperwork. It was 50-some pages. I requested a meeting with Director Williams on the 12th by phone and by email, and that communication of the request of the meeting was sent to yes, we'll get a meeting, and that never happened. I heard nothing from the time that we submitted the proposal until I reached out multiple times. I called on Friday, and I didn't receive a phone call back. And then on Monday morning when I woke up, I opened my email and saw the Augusta Press article that the proposal had been denied. I went through the agenda items, and so I had the proposal here. And so I want to be clear. Listen, I respect this body and whatever you all decide. I just want a fair shake. That's all we're asking for. There were some things that were said by Mr. White, which was misinterpreted, and understandably so, right? We're doing this process, right, which is a little unconventional. It's 50, 60, 70 pages of things that we think that the committee wants to hear, but we don't have any recourse as to answer specific questions. So in regards to SPLOST 8, I think it would be presumptuous if I was sitting on that body for somebody to sit at this desk and tell me how to spend the county's money, right? That's not the goal. We were simply stating that it was a clear message by the voters in SPLOST 8 that they wanted tennis, they wanted pickleball, they wanted that. And that's why you all, have moved forward. No, I'm very happy that design and review is going to happen on Newman. I also want to be clear that the goal has never been to discount tennis or to take tennis away. It's actually to grow. I met with Margaret. I talked to Lee, before this meeting started. We've been as collaborative as we can, and we're trying to operate in good faith. So I just want to, what we've done since we submitted the proposal. So the United States Tennis Association is a nonprofit body. They generate billions of dollars a year, a lot from the U.S. Open every year. And so they have a grant program that we've been working through. I don't know if Director Williams knows, she may, but there's a grant program for up to $300,000 to revitalize the tennis courts both at Newman Tennis Center and in Fleming. I've done a lot of legwork on my end, right, to do everything I can to set the county city up so that they get $300,000 reimbursement for whatever funds that come out of this body. Those are all the good faith efforts that we're working on that we would love to collaborate, but we haven't gotten any communication back. I'm not being critical. I'm trying to demonstrate that we're trying to operate in good faith. So in addition to the options for grant money for Newman and Fleming, we've also received approval from the highest levels of USTA, and I have a letter here that I can submit if we need to. But we've been approved because everyone in the area and nationally is excited about this program. We've been approved to move to the next stage in grant funding for the USTA for this new facility should it move forward. We did that because it doesn't line our pockets. Again, intentionally, USTA only gives those funds back to a public entity, right? So it's not like we would get any money. It would come back to the city in an attempt to reduce the cost burden of what this facility would be. Additionally, like looking at the budget, I think it was $15 million that was approved for 2025 for Parks and Recreation, culture. Newman Tennis Center, gets about $365,000 a year. They've been generating almost nothing. The goal of this project was, the public-private partnership was that this generates tax revenue that benefits everyone, Diamond Lakes, Fleming, Newman, even people that don't play tennis and pickleball. Those funds come back into the coffers of Richmond County, and you as the body can spend it to benefit the county the best way. So so I was disappointed that we didn't receive notification. Mr. White's apologized. I accept the apology. I totally understand, government's busy. I would still like an audience with Director Williams, if we're able to, regardless of what this decision is. But I would like to go through the proposal. So what I pulled out of the packet that you all have is moving through the committee evaluation. I don't know if there's a specific number that says reject or accept. Acknowledging what Mr. White said, that there were some questions, right, that we weren't given the opportunity to answer. Maybe that's part of the process. But most of these, right, are all leaning towards the positive impact that this would have on Richmond County. So I'll point out a few things. Does the committee believe that the proposal will have a likely impact on the environment? That's the only thing that was a little bit negative. And then there was, does the government believe that the proposal will have a net financial impact on the government? Well, I think that decision, or I can't put myself in the committee, was based on some assumptions that weren't correct. But if you go to some of the other things that, does the committee believe that the proposal may be viable but lack adequate information to make a decision? And so 1 is not viable, 3 is possibly viable, more info required, and 5 is viable, no further info required. So we're at 3.2. So my request is simple. This is a 6-stage process. We're only in stage 2. I would hate that this project gets killed at this level. What I would love the opportunity to do is that this body would allow us to move forward. Now, acknowledging if you all say, let this project move forward, it's going to cost us an additional $10,000 in fees that the procurement department are going to have to get to move forward. Totally fine with that. We've spent over $250,000 on this project already because we believe in it. And it's an investment because we know what the benefit is. Commissioner Scott asked me a question the last time I was here, this is going to be an $80 million project. We're asking for less than 10% from the county, and all that revenue is going to come back in the next just in a few years as the project gets done. Because this got picked up by the national press, we've gotten contacted by people from Chicago and Connecticut. We have a meeting next week with the mayor of Smyrna, Georgia, who have seen the vision of Richmond County, and they want to do that there. And I may be a doctor, but I'm not that smart. And all I've done is look across the country in the state of Georgia of these projects that have been successful, right? We wouldn't invest this much time and effort, et cetera. We're doing this for a year. If we didn't think there would be a benefit to everyone. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. White, and I do want to thank the committee. I know it was, it took time to do this, and I'm thankful for it. I don't quite understand the scoring sheet that would lead to a recommended denial. So I'm asking for just let us move through the rest of the process.
Well, can I ask you a question, Doctor?
Sure.
So if we move forward and this gets rejected today in this committee, what happens to this project?
It dies. And just to be clear, so there's parcels along Wheeler Road that we already have letters of intent that are conditional upon this project moving forward. The reason being is national retailers want to come in where there's a revenue source that's generated every week. So if this project were to move forward, we would have tournaments every single month, pickleball and tennis. So every single weekend you would see people there. And just to give you some perspective of what we've been able to do. So we've had over 60,000 people come into our building in Columbia County, right? No tax revenue there in our personal business. We've partnered with adaptive play. So we've had wheelchair play there. We've had, intellectual and physical disabilities that come through. foster kids. So what that can do and build community, and none of that's happening right now. Right now, I'm not saying that it can't happen in Augusta, Parks and Rec long term. But I'm saying what we were able to do with this public-private partnership is to benefit everyone, whether you play tennis or pickleball or not. So if this were a project to die today, it's part of the development part. We would move on, but you would lose immediate tax revenue because the developers that have signed letters of intent would immediately walk away. The hotelers would also drop off.
In regards to the taxpayers, even if Augusta did contribute the 10% or whatever that the discussion is or could be, are you willing to bond this project to protect the taxpayers and to protect Augusta?
Yes, Commissioner. It's in our proposal. We've already discussed with the builders and insurance agencies. It would be bonded. The city of Augusta, Richmond County would be completely protected. We believe so much in the project, it's not going to fail. But we're willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars additionally to make sure that the county and the city is protected.
All right. There's one more question. Commissioner Clark.
Hey, Dr. Akers, I appreciate you coming. Appreciate the proposal as well. So I think we're kind of are running into some challenges. If I could get, Mr. Chair, can I bring up Interim Finance Director, Mr. Schreier? Tim, I'm slaughtering your name today, but bear with me.
He's still coming. I'm sure he's used to being called the wrong name.
And as he's coming up, I just want to get some points of clarity because it sounds like some of these aspects for some of the questions I'm going to ask our finance director probably relevant to the decision as well, along with some other things.
Yes, sir.
Tim, so clarify to me while we're on the record, specifically, and this predates me, when SPLOS 8 was voted and approved and went to the ballots, it was approved for specific reasons, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So technically and legally, can we shift a priority once it's been approved and voted on?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a but with it?
Can I?
Dr. Akers, I think.
Once a project has been completed, any excess funds can go into a recapture, can be reprogrammed.
Right.
But it has to stay within that
Category, yeah.
Correct. All right. So the funds that were
Commissioner Clark, I think Dr. Akers, I think he had a.
Oh, sorry, I'll cede. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. Did you had something specific you want?
To that, yes, sir. So before we ever approached this, right, looking at the SPLOS funding as far back as SPLOS 6, which was part of the public services, our legal counsel, who has worked with the city of Augusta before, is very clear that because the amount that you approve in SPLOS Newman may be a whole lot more or a whole lot less, right? To your point that once a project moves forward, we understand, we respect what the city of Augusta residents, the voters have asked for. But it's very clear, well, our council's opinion of it is that as long as it stays in the same category of recreation, the commission has the flexibility to use those funds how they would need to, which is what, but at the same time, like, we're not trying to tell anybody how to spend money. We wanted the opportunity to meet with the administrator, et cetera, to look at other funding sources. But when we did our proposal, that was based on legal counsel that's already worked with the city of Augusta before.
Got it. So, Tim, so in this situation, what Dr. Akers is talking about, this is reassigning the dollars for a like project, correct? A similar?
That was the proposal. We have taken the position with bond and legal counsel that because we provide a detailed list to the vote, it's not on the ballot, but we provide a detailed list to the commission and to the public.
Exactly.
Those are the projects that are adopted and approved.
Yeah, so, and I think that's where some of the additional conflict with this, and Jim, Attorney Plunkett, please chime in from a legal standpoint as well, just to clarify. I think that's where we're really kind of would run up against some issues, even though it may be similar, even though it may be, kind of talking about even a close to sport or whatever, because it went to the ballot, because the dollars were specifically allocated towards one of our facilities, and the public has the anticipation of seeing those dollars applied towards that. From a legal standpoint, can you clarify?
Yes, sir. What what ultimately happens is that you can have a SPLOST ballot that is very general.
Sure.
Okay? And you could say $40 million for, public purposes. I mean, for recreation. Augusta in the past came up with a decision that they would be more detailed in it so that the citizens would have a greater comfort of what was going to be used. It's not just generically that purpose. When we put that out, even though it's not in the ballot question, we are bound to what we gave to the voters to make a decision on. All right. Now, you can modify the scope of a project. So, for instance, and Mr. Schreier and I have worked on probably a dozen different economic development projects. And, part of the issue is that you could reduce the scope of Fleming, for instance, but you would still then have to use the excess within that category. So what Dr. Akers is suggesting, or maybe his counsel has said, that because it is within that category, we could use it for other similar purposes. We would say that that's probably an aggressive reading of some of the case law out there. And, I would be hesitant to say that that's an ideal way to move forward.
Got it.
But, again, I think Fleming was it about $600,000, $800,000? I don't remember the number, but my point is that I don't think that makes up the $8 million delta that we're looking for. But we could certainly, if it's the will of the body, we're more than happy to, talk with Dr. Aker about what his project is, and we could give him some feedback on it. If it's not the will to just deny it, but we have met with the DDA, we've met with the EDA, we have met with straight up people in the past to try to talk to them about projects, about the way they wanted to do it. Not to go too into it, but if you think about Beacon Station, that was a project that someone came along and we worked with financial things. So we, as a body, I think, have always been very cooperative.
Sure.
It's just getting to the right, having that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's responsive. I hope so.
Well, and it kind of leads me to where I was already kind of leaning towards anyway. So I appreciate the clarity, because this is also something that essentially we've made a commitment to the public of going towards with a certain project. And I don't think it's ever even, I don't even think we've had public conversations about the removal or the loss of Newman Tennis Facility or anything like that, which I don't think we're saying we're going to lose it. It's just we're going to add on in addition to, correct?
Can I speak? Yeah, yes, sir. So the council was talking about Fleming. We were discussing Newman Tennis Center.
Yeah, I'm talking about Newman, right.
Roger, it's around $4 million, I believe, in SPLOST. And again, yeah, we're asking for a collaborative effort.
Right.
We just want to keep the project viable to look at other funding sources if the commission was looking at. We added the SPLOST date as on the advice of our council, but not to pull money away. The goal is not to destroy Newman. That's never been the goal.
Sure.
The goal is to be the best use of the funds, that there's no other project that's on SPLOST, et cetera, that's going to generate the amount of tax revenue. So we're trying to operate within legal frameworks, but also at the will of the commission to bring this project online.
Yeah. So, Director Williams, can I ask you a question real quick? Because I think...
Director Williams, thank you. You'd come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not ask you for permission.
That's all right. You're doing fine over there.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for that grace. Director Williams, right now, you guys are in the middle of going through a downsizing activity as well with all of our facilities. Is that correct?
Nope.
Looking at the facilities.
Assessment for,
right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And can you kind of just clarify what you all are doing right now with that process? Like, what are we looking to gain? What are we looking to benefit with that entire process?
So with that entire process, we're going to be looking at if we consider any locations that we should divest any of our parks in.
Right.
And so assessments were going to be done on all of our parks, whether the usage and various things like that, so we can be able to better have use of our locations and what we need to do as far as if we need to get rid of any locations.
Right, right, right. And listen, I think, so I'm gonna tell you like this. District 5 has a huge population of folks that are interested in pickleball. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country. But with that being said, I think we need to find a better method. I don't think SPLOS 8 funds is the method we should target. And from what it sounds like from our attorney, legally, we just should not do that because it goes against the commitment we made to the voters, right?
That would be my suggestion, sir.
Thank you. So, but since you're here, Director Williams, can you just clarify your perspective on this? I mean, I think it would benefit us as a body to know you as Parks and Rec, what's your opinion and thoughts with this process?
I mean, I think with the, as far as with the project, I mean, we see that would it benefit having something like this? Yes. Would it coming to us saying that we can contribute with the amount of funding that we have and the funding source? No.
Right.
Because we would like to, as a city and county, to invest in our facilities first as well.
Sure.
With what the voters had approved and you guys had approved as well, it would be beneficial for us to put our dollars in where we say that they will go. And to also clarify with what Mr. Akers said, as far as with reaching out to me, I just would like to say that he reached out to me the day after he did the presentation to inquire, yes, about a meeting. But then the following day, we had already reached out to him, the city administrator had reached out to him to go ahead and set up that initial meeting that the commission asked for all four of us to be in. And so then that had served as that because we communicated via email that that would kind of be a combined meeting. After that meeting, he was directed to go ahead and do the unsolicited proposal. So at that point, there was no additional communication via email or phone that we had.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't anything that, it wasn't for me to not reach out to him at all.
Yeah.
We had the initial meeting that one time, and I was not reached back out to have anything that because of unsolicited proposal.
And you were in the
coming up.
combined meeting with
Yes.
everyone, and you, at that point, after that, you were waiting on the proposal.
Right.
Okay. So I'd like to see if there's way, because obviously SPLOS 8 isn't where we're going to be able to garner these dollars. I know I wouldn't do that because it predates me, number one, but also the commitment that we make to the voters is whatever we vote on and send to the ballot specifically in line with it, just as our finance director clarified as well. But I'm gonna tell you, one thing that Augusta is in need of is more traction and is more opportunities to leverage bringing in people to the area. So Dr. Akers, I would like to say, well, let me say this, Madam Administrator, is there a way in this process up to the point where we are now for us to still find some level of common ground to work towards establishing how this public-private partnership could work? Or what's your recommendation?
I would have to defer to our interim procurement director, but as I understand it, it is up to the governing body. So the governing body can actually direct what they would like to see and how they would like to see us proceed, as opposed to responding back to the actual item that's on the agenda.
All right.
You can come and tell us how you would like to move forward.
Okay. So that means I would have to make a separate motion from what's on the screen to actually be able to keep the process going. So this is what I would like to do. And I'm glad you came up, Mr. White. This is what I'd like to see us do. I'd like to see where there's more room for conversation to determine a different funding source.
SPLOS 9.
The SPLOS 8 isn't it. SPLOS 9 might be a reach.
Let the voters vote on it.
But let's have a conversation, because you all voted as a committee based off of what was proposed to you, which was leveraging SPLOS 8.
Which we were supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm not We're good.
I mean, y'all ain't like
I'm not doubting that. I'm just
like I
saying.
said, this is just a recommendation.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with it. I'm with
But
it.
based on what was proposed, that was, the direction we had to go. But keep in mind, this is 6 phases. The next phase, let's say the next phase was to move forward.
Right.
Then it has to go out to a RFP process. We have to put it out to other people, and it has to be out there 120 days. These are not my rules. These are state rules.
I got
The
you.
state. So we're doing everything according to state guidelines. There's nothing that we're making up.
Yeah, I definitely didn't question that at all. But I think if there's room for us to have further conversation, if there's room for them to further, change their proposal to where the conversation continues to stay relevant, then let's try to look for those ways to do that.
It would be room in that RFP process because they would have to submit just like anybody else would. But I want to caution us to go too far because he may not want to tip his hand to somebody who decides they want to do it too.
I know and Mr. Chair, I just got one last question for.
Promise?
Yeah, promise on this one. No, I'm gonna take that promise back. But Mr. Latson, I know you are a vital subject matter expert. Can I hear some of your perspective on this?
Thank you, Commissioners. I think what Dr. Akers is proposing, I think is excellent, is very good. However, from what I understand and what I've read in the agenda item is that you're wanting to take funding off active SPLOS 8 project, which is Newman. I think we ought to keep.
We're done with
Okay, yes.
We moved on from that. We clarified that we can't do that.
Okay.
My mic.
So, okay, so that's, I mean, I think looking at other funding sources, maybe there may be some other, and probably Mr. Strayer can probably give you some information on that. There may be some funding from previous SPLOS that might be there to help out.
Yeah.
Prior to SPLOS 8. We're getting ready to get into SPLOS 9. That's an option as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll yield. I know the administrator's in the queue, and she may have had some other things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for all of your input and your questions, because I think that it really helped with some of the clarifying questions. I mean, I looked and the queue is full of folks, and I think you asked a bunch of questions that others in the queue were going to ask.
That was my intent, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Madam Administrator.
Mr. Chair, I know Dr. Akers referenced his counsel, and I was wondering if it would be appropriate to direct a meeting with myself, Mr. Schreier, and the interim general counsel to meet with Dr. Akers and his team to see what we're working, with, and have some further discussion.
If the committee wants to make a motion towards that, I would definitely support that.
I'm not on that committee.
I'd like to make that motion, please.
What's the motion?
What she said.
Okay.
Second. A meeting with his legal team and our legal team to see if there's a path forward.
Second.
Thanks, sir.
Finance Director. It's with the administrator, the finance director, and the interim general counsel, along with Dr. Akers' team.
This team.
All right.
Can I just say the last few things? So one, Director Williams, my statement about trying to reach out wasn't meant to be any type of derogatory statement. It was simply to demonstrate to the body we're trying to be collaborative. And the other thing I want to make sure, this procurement process is not good, right? It doesn't spur innovation in any capacity. As I said before, I'm not here to tell you all how to spend money. We discussed SPLOST 8 in an attempt to show that the voters wanted tennis and pickleball. I mean, if it came across as we're asking to divert all the funds, that wasn't the intent. I don't have the authority. What the proposal is this is what we're trying to build. We need this much money from you. We're going to invest this much money. We had to include our financing sources and all of that. I was never here to tell this body how to spend their money. SPLOST 8, as Commissioner Clark, discussed, totally, like, listen, my wife plays tennis every single day, right? She's a member of Newman. Like, she wants Newman to be renovated. We're all totally on board. We just think that there needs to be more. And so I don't want this project to die. If this vote happens now where this motion dies and we have to wait till next March, we respect whatever, but the project is probably, I mean, it is dead. And that's understandable. It's
Are you okay with the meeting to take place? And
100%, yeah, absolutely. We're willing to move forward. We're continuing to move forward.
I'm just asking before we vote on that meeting.
I would love that meeting,
And
yeah.
not the rejection, so I'm just.
No, I understood that my council had already reached out to the interim council, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Okay, all right. Ms. Bonner, there is a motion and a proper second. I'd like to vote, please, for the meeting.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
All righty. Dr. Akers, thank you, and thank you for all of our directors that have participated in this as well, and hopefully through what was discussed today, there will be some sort of path forward. So thank you all. Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 9, sir. Have administrator to provide an update to the succession plan, continuing education training for all departments. Commissioner Pulliam.
Commissioner Pulliam, this is your item.
Thank you so much, Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman.
Thank y'all for being here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. So I was waiting for everyone to walk out and say goodbye to everybody. I apologize. Okay, so it's simply what it says. Administrator Allen, if you could please give us an update. We continuously talk about succession planning as well as continuing education and training for all departments. So if you could give us an update on where we are. I didn't put update on SOPs. I know we are consistently working on those as well, but I kind of group all of that together. So if you could give us an update, please.
Yes, ma'am. So as it relates to the, and I'll address the standard operating procedures. We have received copies from all of the departments except 2 departments. And I think probably because those 2 departments have a number of staff and a number of processes that would need to be included. One thing that we did notice after Ms. Walker has received those standard operating procedures is that each one of them are formatted very differently. So what we're looking at now is providing a template so that we can have some form of consistency, and that template would outline all of the major internal operations that are consistent throughout the organization, like our financials and our cash disbursements and our how we, handle our PPM, reference our PPM. So to give all of those respective references, and they'll all be consistent throughout the organization. So we're working on that to provide that information and template to the departments. And I know we were looking at originally having this completed in June. With the template being established, we're looking at July timeframe to have that and have all the respective standard operating procedures completed. As it relates to the training, and I know Ms. Rookett, she's here, to talk about the citywide, countywide training.
Madam Administrator, hold on one sec. Do you mind if I ask her a question real quick?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt your time on the floor. In regards to the succession plan and all of the other things that you're working on with the department heads, have you had full participation from the department heads?
This started prior to my time. I will say I have had them be responsive. I'm not going to, say they have not. They've worked with us. Some probably work with us a little better than others in responding quickly. I think this is some departments really had documented processes for how they did things, but it wasn't, what I would consider a standard operating procedures guideline. And so I think that's one of the things. We're getting the mindset so that everybody, and I applaud Commissioner Pulliam for pushing it. We have to just get everybody to know that we have to have certain things in place. So if we have situations that arise in, for instance, Hurricane Helene, they'll have something, things like Hurricane Helene, they'll have some type of reaction. They know to go to their policy, and this is what we do.
All right.
So.
Yeah, thank you for
yes,
that.
You're
And,
welcome.
you know, and as has been the case, if there are issues with pushback, I mean, I think it would definitely be appropriate to let the body know as well.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Pulliam, I'm sorry to interrupt that, but
No.
when she was talking, after the last conversation, I was just trying to make sure, when Ms. Rooker was up here and she said that she didn't have a certain percentage that wasn't participating, I was just making sure, so.
Yes, before Ms. Ruckert comes, because she's going to be talking about training.
Yes, ma'am.
My question to what you said is, once everything is turned in, it will be digitized?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I just want to make
Yes, ma'am.
sure. I just want to make sure, because I know we still use paper from time to time. But also, with the succession planning, because I'm kind of putting those two things together, with the succession planning, is it also going to speak to promoting from within a department?
So to address succession planning, and I commend you for that, because it's trying to be more proactive than reactive, and that's normally how we've responded to positions becoming open. It's very difficult to develop, and I'll be totally honest, you cannot find anybody, local government or any other municipality that has something in writing that documents a succession plan, because a succession plan is more of a practice than a policy. And a number of agencies are very supportive of having a policy in place. However, the concern becomes any ramifications from legality. And I say that because your culture has to be of one that's accepting of a succession plan. All the research that I've looked at as it relates to succession plan is very good intention for your organization. Again, it's being proactive, and that's what I know you're trying to attempt to get us, as opposed to reactive. But it's only so much that can be controlled other than by the leadership of the organization. Because what happens is you have to change the mindset of how we hire and how we do things. You have to start hiring people because of their skill set and making sure that you have the right people in place so that it automatically leads to a true succession. So it's a culture change. And any documentation that you find on succession will tell you the biggest thing is culture change. And that's not new for just Augusta. That's any organization that wants to implement a practice of succession planning. We have to change the mindset. So it also involves more than just employee training. I know some of us think if you train someone, that means they're the next successor. That is not true. You cannot, and I'll use myself as an example. Being the previous CIO, you can't give me a computer science degree. I don't think the city wants to invest in that. So it's certain things that you have to come on board with before being hired. So you already know you have to hire the people that have these, the things that you're looking for. But that, again, comes from your leadership. There must be advocacy and support from leadership. So sometimes when, employees or directors want to hire certain people or what have you, and those people may or may not be necessarily qualified, they need the support to say, yeah, they were not really qualified to do those jobs. Again, you want to make sure that the people are hired are compatible to be successful. Making sure, the biggest thing that they said outside of the culture change is making sure that you have enough suitable people that can step into those significant roles. And again, that reflects back on culture. Do we have people? Have we been hiring people? Have your department heads? When I left information technology, I had no doubt. And it wasn't just one person. My goal was always to make sure that I had successors in place. So I never had myself isolated. I had team meetings. I made sure that they required and got the same certifications and things. Your leadership has to do that. So it's nothing, again, that the administrator can do. It takes the support of the top leadership to say, this is what the culture is going to change to do in Augusta, Georgia government. And also have to be cognizant of the approach. Again, if I did take one person and I use John Doe, for example, and I say, this is going to be my successor. So every time I go out of town for conferences or anything, I'm exposing this employee to that. It can be perceived as favoritism. So that's why a lot of people don't document that. It's a practice that they do as opposed to putting themselves in some form of litigation. So that is some of the things that we found on succession. I have seen some organizations as well don't have a documented process, and they won't call it a succession plan, but they have put some things in place that grows the organization, and it does not include just training, but it starts growing the culture and changing the mindset. And that's something that I would like to look more into as it relates to whether or not it would work for Augusta. I think it could. I've just not had enough time to do the research on this agency, and I'd like to look at some of the things that they've been putting in place and bring that back to you, if that's acceptable, Commissioner Pulliam.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And I love the portion about changing the culture, because that's that buzz word right now, or that buzz phrase right now. But it does lend heavily to what's the culture in your organization. And it starts with leadership. And this leadership up here changes. Because we're elected officials, although we are at the top, it still changes. So from an administrator down, so from the elected officials to the administrator, making sure we're empowering everyone to be able to create leaders within their departments. And I don't know what that term in and of itself is called, or if that's a term for that, but that's definitely what I'm looking for. That way we're not scrambling. Like you said, we're not being reactive, we're being proactive, because we do have a lot of great talent. No organization is perfect, so there's not great employees everywhere, but I would like to go out on a limb and say that I believe Augusta, Georgia has amazing employees. And with that being said, I believe that promoting within, we can create a culture where that happens. So thank you very much for that, Administrator Allen.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Rooker, you're going to tell us about the continuing education and training.
Come on up, Ms. Rooker.
She was already there. Mr. Chairman, please forgive me, sir. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I had to give you a hard time, just like
I'm
I
not
gave,
setting up a good
gave
example.
your colleague from the 5th a hard time. No, appreciate you coming back up here. It's good to see you again. It's been a long time.
Yes, I'm just going to piggyback with Ms. Allen. This conversation is something that Ms. Allen and I have had from the time that she's taken the position, because HR is just as passionate about getting things aligned properly as far as making sure that our employees are trained from the top down. One of the things that Ms. Allen did request is that in a perfect world, what kind of training would I like to see? And so we put together some ongoing trainings, basic trainings, policies, and processes together that we would like to present so that every employee gets continued sexual harassment training. Every employee gets continued customer service training. And so there's a number of trainings that all of us should be getting every year. They should be mandatory. And that's something we don't have here, is mandatory trainings. I want mandatory trainings. One of the things that we did when getting the HRIS is we asked for an LMS, which is a learning system, so that all of the trainings that I'm talking about would be online. So every employee would have access to make sure that they would get those trainings, ongoing trainings. Even if there is a disciplinary issue, there can be a training mechanism in there to support that disciplinary issue. And so right now with the HRIS, we have the LMS coming. Once that goes on board in July, we will be plugging in trainings that we currently have right now. One of the things that we're doing now is we've taken the customer service training on the road, basically. We did it twice with the library, and then departments called us, and they're actually doing a training in the morning. So we have about 6 departments, including the courts, that we went out and trained them specifically on the customer service component. And so with Ms. Allen's support, as we build the pillars of what we should be standing on, we're adding trainings so that we are slowly changing the culture that we're talking about. That's what she's looking for, and that's how we do it. It's a collaborative effort. We will have trainings, and employees will have access to those trainings through our new HRIS system, where the director can see what trainings their staff is taking, the employee can keep up with trainings and see training opportunities and take these trainings. So we're working in those efforts to put those things into place. Originally, when we talked about succession planning, I did inform you that that is a 3-year process, because part of it is changing the culture, changing the mindset of how people hire and how they see people that they want to hire. And at the same time, putting trainings in place so people will have opportunities to grow in those departments. And so the 3-year plan, we would have to work with every single director in the alignment of their departments to structure all of those trainings. But again, they have to take them. They have to be engaged and they have to be interested in what we're providing. We've got lots of mechanisms with the administrator's office and HR to put in place to support the succession planning. But again, we're providing it, you have to take it. I think I've said enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rookert, Director Rookert, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on this committee, but I would like to see something that is mandatory.
Absolutely.
To start these trainings. And I know you also share my same, everyone up here does, but I know you've also, Mr. Chairman, talked a lot about succession planning as well. And so I would love for a motion to possibly be made from someone on your committee.
I can't make that
I
motion,
know
but
you can't, but I was just.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Pulliam, for reading my mind. I know we're working on some other components of this, Administrator Allen and Director Rookert, but I do believe we can get to the point now where we can start the training piece. I think there's not been an organization that any of us have been assigned to that there hasn't been some level of requirement already. I think we need to go ahead and get an inventory of trainings prepared, and let's bring those before the body. So I'd like to make a motion for HR and the Administrator's Office to go ahead and identify the annual trainings and break that down in increments of quarterly as well, so that our employees can start getting much needed trainings to ensure that they provide the best service, and also that they are aware of current policies and procedures in-house. So
I'll second that.
All right.
Ms. Bonner, there's a motion and a second. We'll vote on that. Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
All right. Next item, please.
Next item, number 10, receive update from General Counsel on the matter of letter of support from the Augusta Commission maintaining the name of James Brown on the new arena and any legal means available to the city of Augusta relative to the naming in association with the collected sales tax money.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would be appropriate at this point to move this item to the full commission, considering that I would want the entire commission to hear it, as well as the mayor. And since he had a previous engagement, if it would be
Without
appropriate
objection.
just to move it.
Yeah, we'll move it to the full commission with no objection. But that too. I'm just out here throwing out words.
I'm sorry. Okay, without objection.
All right.
Okay.
Nick?
Item number 11, Mr. Lawrence Brennan, relative to regulations on convenience stores forbidding the sale of drug-related objects that lead to the arrest of buyers.
Come on up, Mr. Brandon. Oh, here you are. If you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Lawrence Brandon, 445 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
All right.
Do y'all happen to have these exhibits before I start?
They're in their books. Can we put them on the screen? Can you?
And yeah, if you want to,
Yes.
I think Ms.
we'll put 'em
Natasha
on
was
the
going to help
screen.
you put them on the screen, but you also have 5 minutes for your
I know
presentation.
you want to get me with 5. 6.5 won't hurt though, will it?
Uh, in 8 minutes, it's going to matter a lot because I have an appointment I have to leave for.
That's Exhibit
Okay.
A. Okay.
Mr. Brandon, go ahead.
Go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and may it please this committee. It's high time the local government do something about stores located within the Augusta, Richmond County area that are selling what law enforcement agencies and courts across America have declared to be drug-related objects. These stores strategically set themselves up at near or within low-income communities with high crime rates, particularly drug crime. Take, for example, the store labeled Exhibit A. This store is located right downtown on Broad Street next to a motel that has in the past been known as a high drug trafficking area. If you were to walk in this store today, you would immediately see digital scales similar to the one shown in Exhibit B. What is that? Glass pipes similar to the one shown in Exhibit C. Exhibit C. I'm coming. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That was too small. Okay. And baggies similar to the one shown in Exhibit D. On full display. Each of these items present a risk of arrest to the purchaser for being in possession of drug-related objects, yet these strategically located convenience stores have been pumping these same drug-related instruments into low-income communities for years without penalty. Stores like this one operate as de facto suppliers of instruments needed to engage in the continuation of illicit drug activity, and I am willing to bet the house that they are knowingly doing it. Back in 2015, I had the pleasure of working in one of those stores. Now, I have seen some of these stores label the baggies, such as the one shown in Exhibit D, as jewelry bags. In response, I will resurrect the words of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas in his dissent opinion in Dawson v. Delaware, the same words that Judge Frank Hoover Easterbrook wrote in David K.V. Lane. Who do they think they are fooling? Who in the poorest and most crime-riddled pockets of Augusta is selling jewelry? They are certainly not fooling the several concerned citizens who have expressed their displeasure with these stores. They are not fooling any members of this body, and they are certainly not fooling the judges and prosecutors exacting justice within the Augusta Judicial Circuit. This past Friday, I had the pleasure of clocking in a few observation hours in Chief Judge John Fleisch's courtroom. I watched an ADA lay out the state's case against the defendant who possessed marijuana. Once that ADA told Judge Fleisch that the defendant had a digital scale along with several small bags containing marijuana, I knew that bond was not coming, and it didn't. The mere fact that digital scales and bags were present was enough for Judge Fleisch to make a distinction between dealer and user. Before asking why the defendant possessed those items, let's ask ourselves why it is permissible for stores to sell these items. Now, from my understanding, some Augusta residents have expressed these same concerns to a few elected officials who, from my understanding, refuse to take action or at the very least look into it. If this is true, then we are experiencing a travesty, and I will tell you why. Just a month or so ago, Tiffany's Eatery was in here fighting for his life. The owner of that black-owned business had to drive up here from the bottom of Florida to protect her establishment from having its license taken. Prior to its most recent history, Tiffany's Eatery has been operating for years without incident, yet it was on the chopping block. And so we have to be very careful here when deciding whether convenience stores that are selling digital scales, baggies, and glass pipes should be regulated and prevented from selling what we all know are drug-related objects. Because let me be clear, Tiffany's Eatery was not and does not sell digital scales that are used to measure illegal drugs for sale, baggies that are used to package illegal drugs for sale, or glass pipes that serve no other purpose than smoking methamphetamine and crack cocaine. Nor has Tiffany's Eatery had murders committed in or around its established, such as the convenience store located by the Landers on Wrightsboro Road, the convenience store located on Olive Road right behind Josie High School, or the convenience store located at the corner of Sandbar Ferry and East Boundary. None of these stores are black-owned, Yet they have been, and I don't want to make this about race, but we got to be clear about certain things here. They have been given clearance to pump drug-related objects into predominantly black communities. So if this body can go after Tiffany's Eatery for the minor infractions they committed, which was fair, which was fair. I'm not saying it wasn't fair. Then I know that this body can take aim at convenience stores that sell drug-related objects. To not do so will present the image that this body harbors a level of bias that says we will go scorched earth on black-owned businesses that commit minor infractions while allowing other businesses that are a danger to the community to operate freely. That's why I brought it in. You know, to close, I'm about done.
You doing good?
To close, selling these items exposes these stores to criminal liability. Any person who knowingly aids in the continuation of an illegal drug activity is just as liable as the principal party. I'm sure Attorney Plunkett will agree with that. If these stores are selling these digital scales, baggies, and glass pipes with the knowledge that these items will indeed be used to engage in illegal drug activity, then not only are their actions morally reprehensible for targeting the low-income community, but the owners of these stores should be at risk themselves for knowingly participating in the continuation of ongoing illegal drug activity. If we are going to bring pain to individuals for possessing these items, although they legally purchased them, then we must start the process of regulating the stores that sell these items. And that is my request today. That stores be prevented from selling to the community items that are used primarily for engaging in illegal drug activity. Possessing these items have only led to arrests and more crime, and we all know that crime is a public safety issue. And I just want to say something else. I'm not asking that you take the store's license, but that they don't take these items out, stop selling them to the community because they know what they're doing, right? They know what these items are being used for. If any, I welcome the committee's questions. And that's it, and I'm sorry.
Thanks, sir. Thank you for bringing this to the attention of the commission. Commissioner Slindeck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brannon. I appreciate your presentation. I'd like to make a motion that we receive this as information, please.
Okay.
So move.
All right. I have a motion and a second to receive this as information, Ms. Bonner.
And just to be clear, that receiving it as information, that means nothing's going to be done, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. May I please direct my question to Attorney Plunkett?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Attorney Plunkett, my question is, what could possibly be done, if anything, from this body as it pertains to regulating what stores carry?
Ms. Boydman, we'd have to look into it. You know, my initial reaction is that most of these items are legal items to be sold. I would think it's kind of like a crowbar can be a burglar tool, but it's also a tool that you can purchase at a hardware store. So, I mean, don't doubt the speaker's, correctness that a lot of these things are being used inappropriately or illegally, but I'm not sure this body would have the right to regulate the sale of bags or scale or something else like that. But if it's the will of the body, we'll certainly look into it to see if there's something to be done. It's just something that's not come across my desk, and but we'd be more than happy to look at it. But I think it's, I think the analogy though is that y'all, certainly you regulate beer and wine and things of that nature. So I mean, there may be an option, but I doubt there's much options there. But we'd be happy to look into it.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. I appreciate it. And thank you so much, Mr. Brennan, for your presentation. That was very insightful for me.
Attorney Plunkett, I have a question. At what point does an item become paraphernalia?
I would think that it was, well, I don't have a correct and a complete answer, but I think what it would be is situational. And that, what are you using it for? When are you using it for? Location's going to have a lot to do with it.
And it's not like the stores are going to ask, what are you going to use this for?
I doubt they would make any inquiry. They just, as long as you pay cash or with credit card, they're happy to do it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, truthfully, I have a summer intern that is looking for things to do, and if you would like me to task him to look into this, that's a good rising second-year law student's job for the summer.
Commissioner Slindeck, would you like to amend your initial motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we task an intern,
Well, the general counsel.
the summer intern, to further explore this issue. And,
Can we say just to the general counsel?
yeah, general counsel, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so moved.
To explore this issue and bring back some information to us.
At the end of the summer?
Yeah. By the end of the
Chair,
summer.
let me give you one more
Yes.
sentence.
Ms. Bonner,
sentence.
sir,
Okay.
Ms. Bonner, we're going to vote.
Okay.
Because I wasn't kidding, I really do have to leave. But if you've got another minute and you want to state.
Not even a minute, but we got to be clear. Just because, you know, our only are on its face, these stores, you can't say, well, we're not selling this for this purpose, does not mean that we don't know what they're doing, you know? And
Well,
we have to keep
if
that in
we
mind.
know it, law enforcement also knows it.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure they utilize that in their investigations and their monitoring of the area as well, so.
That's fair.
I mean,
Mr. Chairman, that motion carries with Mr. Lewis out.
all right, thank you, Ms. Bonner. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. And with that being said, I believe that is the
Yes,
end
sir.
of this committee. Thank you.
Ms. Scott is here, Mr. Garrett is gone, Ms. Pulliam is here. Okay, Ms. Rice is gone.
Ms. Bonner, I don't think we have a quorum for public safety.
Yes, ma'am. We'll forward them on with, no, well, not even a recommendation, but we'll put them on the commission meeting agenda.